The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 14th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ben Cline to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Unto you, O Lord, we offer our prayers. Unto you, who is able to do immeasurably more than all we could ask or imagine, we lift up our hopes and our fears, our anxieties and our expectations to you, and pray that your power would be at work within us as we serve you in this place. For we are your servants and public servants, graced with both the ability and opportunity to exercise our responsibility to the governance of this country, the support and defense of its Constitution, and the preservation of the welfare of our fellow Americans. Grant then that with these profound duties before us, that we remain faithful to what is true, what is honorable, what is right, that neither adamance nor ignorance would blind us to righteousness. May we safeguard what is pure and lovely, that neither ill will nor self-interest would poison our discourse. But with boldness and confidence, with our faith in you, may we gain access to your wisdom and direction in accordance with your will. In the power of your name, we dare to pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes, does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1
minute.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ed Scala, who this month celebrates 25 years of service to this august institution, the United States House of Representatives. For those of us who have had the privilege to work with Ed, one word stands out above the rest, and that's dedication. His tireless commitment to his craft and to our Financial Services Committee are immediately noticed by all those who have been graced with his company. His dedication is topped perhaps only by his wit and his ability to remember the smallest of details. Well, I mean, the smallest details from like 20 years ago. I've always said about this institution, it would not run, lawmakers would not be able to do their job without the dedication and professionalism of the staff here. The staff make this place work. And Ed stands out as a shining example of that. Ed, on behalf of all of us, I thank you for all that you've done and continue to do for the Financial Services Committee, for this institution as a whole, and for the United States government. Congratulations to you, and I hope you and Hera have a nice time. I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of hate on college campuses throughout our country. The Massachusetts 7th is known for its institutions of higher learning, and my office has heard from students, faculty, and administrators sounding the alarm on hateful rhetoric since the outbreak of war in Israel and Gaza. Let me be clear, there is no justification for anti-Semitism or Islamophobia or any other form of hatred. Whether you wear a yarmulke or a hijab, you have a right to show up as your authentic self without fear or discrimination discrimination. Doxing on the internet, violence at protests, and endangering people's lives must stop. We cannot become that which we condemn. The only way forward is to center our shared humanity. I came to Congress to strengthen our communities, not to play politics with harmful resolutions of erasure or to defund civil rights by banning diversity and inclusion. To the students of the Massachusetts 7th of all faith traditions, know that I see you. The world is better because of you. Your talents, skills, and passions will transform our society. And together, we can build a future rooted in radical love, not hate.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Martine Firestein and her outstanding work with the Pennsylvania Livestock Association. For more than 18 years, Martine has worked tirelessly raising money to support youth education scholarships. Her efforts have led to awarding of 106 scholarships totaling more than $111,000. These scholarships are given to young individuals who have outstanding leadership skills, keen interest in the livestock industry, and who are involved in the Keystone International Livestock Expo, known as KILE, Farm Show, among other traits. Students who receive these scholarships use the funds to further their education in any degree field. Mr. Speaker, Martine's efforts to support the next generation of leaders is impressive. She remains dedicated to helping others and is honored to recognize her important work. Congratulations, Martine, on this much-deserved recognition. The Pennsylvania Livestock Association is blessed to have such a dedicated member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Agricultural Labor Working Group has conducted numerous sessions where we engaged with producers, workers, and stakeholders, all to understand the challenges they face within the H-2A program. As a co-chair of the working group, we released an interim report this past week summarizing the various insights from these sessions. The witnesses we met with provided recommendations on how they believe the program can work better to ensure our growers can continue to feed and clothe the American people and beyond. I look forward to continuing working with Co-Chair Crawford and other dedicated members of the working group to craft a final report that offers bipartisan solutions to address the issues faced by our agriculture community, ensuring a stronger, more resilient future for all. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today for my Maui Minute, I rise to recognize and extend a heartfelt mahalo to the brave first responders and disaster workers who rushed in to evacuate and support our people and communities since the devastating wildfires on Maui. From police and firefighters to paramedics and 911 operators, these heroes play an essential role every day across our country, providing physical and emotional support to those who have been hit hard by disasters. Yet while they never cease in their important work in times of crisis, first responders often face their own barriers with seeking help and accessing the mental health services they need as they deal with their own trauma as a result of what they see and experience. On Maui, many first responders and disaster workers were also victims and survivors themselves, losing loved ones and homes. Despite this, as the fires raged, they continued to serve and protect. That's why this week I have introduced the Crisis Assistance and Resources in Emergency or CARE for First Responders Act to increase access to mental health care services specific to the unique needs and experiences of those on the front lines of disaster. These brave men and women have answered the call each time we've needed them most. Now it's our turn to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
The 12th Congressional District recognizes David Klein. He is being recognized for his outstanding contributions by being named the City of Dearborn's Veteran of the Year. He was born and raised in Detroit, where Mr. Klein enlisted in the United States Army in 1966 after graduating from Detroit's Cody High School. During his 10 years and 11 months of service, Mr. Klein earned many awards and recognitions and certifications, including the Army Commendation Medal, as well as Presidential Citation, Unit Citation, and the Vietnam Cross, the Good Conduct, and the National Defense Service Medal. As an engaged member of the community, Mr. Klein remains very active in numerous veteran organizations in southeastern Michigan, including the Vietnam Veterans of America Chapter 267 and American Legion Post 364. He is passionate and a dedicated resident of our community, so we are honored to recognize him as Dearborn, Michigan's 2023 Veteran of the Year.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor the life of my dear friend and giant of a West Texan, Delbert McDougall, who passed away last week after 86 years of unwavering devotion to God, his family, and the community he loved, Lubbock, Texas. Delbert was born and raised in Hockley County, USA, where he learned at a young age the importance of hard work by chopping weeds in a cotton patch for 45 cents an hour. He met his wife Carolyn in 1954, and together they started their family and began working to transform our community with countless real estate endeavors, including the largest privately financed urban renewable project in America. The citizens of Lubbock enjoy a better quality of life and have a brighter future because of Delbert McDougall's big vision, his bold leadership, and boundless love for all things West Texas. God bless West Texas with that great man, Delbert McDougall, and I pray that he will comfort the McDougall family in the days to come. Go West Texas.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just watched the 1-minute film provided by the Israeli government for our members to watch, the 47-minute film of the horrors of Hamas and what they did on October the 7th. Everyone who saw that should never forget it and should give notice to the world of the barbarity and the horrific attack on the Israeli people. The House has much to do. We need to keep this government open. We need to support Israel in their defending of their citizens and of their efforts to protect their democracy and their nation, and we need to protect Ukraine as well. Ukraine and Israel, two democratic friends of ours, have been savagely attacked, and they need our help, and we need to help them with arms and weapons. Act now. Never forget. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 864 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 48, House Resolution 864. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5894, making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for the purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-13, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 5894 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 5894 for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 5894 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I'll yield the customary 30 minutes to the Congresswoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 864, providing for consideration of H.R. 5894. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 5894 under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designee. The rule further makes in order 146 amendments. The rule also provides that the Chair and the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Finally, the rule additionally provides one motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the underlying bill, H.R. 5894, the Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Republican majority is committed to fulfilling their promises to the American people by ensuring that we pass H.R. 5894 to fund our government and its crucial public health, education, and labor programs. This bill is a significant accomplishment and the most recent step House Republicans are taking to restore fiscal responsibility to the federal budget after years of overspending. It is a fact that our federal spending is out of control, and H.R. 5894 is a step in the right direction, encouraging responsibility and restoring accountability. H.R. 5894 provides $147 billion for vital programs at Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education, while still reducing total federal spending by over $60 billion. The bill eliminates 61 programs, 50 of which are currently not authorized. It reduces funding for an additional 54 other programs and prohibits funds from unnecessary regulations and partisan executive orders. This Congress should aim to prioritize funding programs that can have positive outcomes and deliver results for the American people. Inflated spending for duplicative programs is a sure way to fuel the economic situation in which we now find ourselves. H.R. 5894 funds key priorities, including maintaining funding for essential education, public health, substance abuse and mental health, and veterans job training programs. Republicans have fought to ensure that funding is prioritized to help all school districts safely educate children, including children with special needs. H.R. 5894 also contains provisions to support funding for charter schools, Pell Grants, local career and technical training programs for those students who are not seeking a college degree to ensure that our next generation is given opportunity and access to essential education programs. Especially important to many districts, including mine, around the country, this bill maintains vital funding for the Impact Aid program, which supports school districts affected by a federal presence such as a military base. H.R. 5894 promotes American values of freedom, faith, and family by prohibiting the executive order requiring biological boys to be allowed to compete in girls' and women's sports, protecting religious freedom for students on college campuses, and strengthening parental rights for children in school. Republicans understand that our country is facing a mental health crisis, along with record-breaking rates of substance abuse in the United States. Therefore, this bill has designated funding for programs that combat opiate abuse in urban and rural communities. These crucial programs allow Americans to access the proper care that they need, including vital telehealth and response resources. Democrats seem to disregard the value of the taxpayer dollar. They have continuously proven that they prioritize additional spending, progressive initiatives, and push through woke policies that will have negative consequences on the health and well-being of the American people. When they were in the majority, congressional Democrats took drastic steps to push through legislation such as the Inflation Reduction Act, saying that it would lower health care costs for American seniors. And in fact, we've already seen that this legislation has resulted to a halt in innovation and disincentivized investment into high-stakes research, such as rare diseases. This bill, 5894, contains provisions that fund and support biomedical research programs that work to examine the cures for cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and chronic conditions and rare diseases. Under Republican leadership, the United States will continue to remain a leader in healthcare innovation while peeling back the partisan politics that would limit access to life-saving medicines. The bill also maintains longstanding bipartisan provisions of the Hyde Amendment, bipartisan protections which have been in place since 1976. These pro-life policy protections prohibit federal funds from being used for abortion while also including essential protections for healthcare providers who refuse to provide abortions. Under the leadership of Democrats, the right of America's medical professionals to operate under their own autonomy and authority was under constant attack. Future medical professionals are being forced to practice medicine outside their own standards or to not practice at all. Protections placed in this bill ensure that any medical professional who does not wish to perform procedures that are against their religious or moral standards simply do not have to. The Republican Party continues to fight to maintain the balance between the professional practice of medicine and individual values. Additionally, H.R. 5894 prohibits funding from being used to promote gain-of-function research or from any funding going to EcoHealth Alliance, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or any other lab located in the People's Republic of China, Cuba, Iran, or Russia. Americans deserve transparency for the years lost due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The ability to perform biomedical research is a privilege and should not be abused. It is our responsibility to ensure that American dollars do not go towards dangerous research in adversarial countries. Mr. Speaker, the United States is facing a significant healthcare workforce shortage. The government continues to have a role in deciding what is best for American doctors and their patients. This is in fact unacceptable. The combination of low reimbursement rates in the physician fee schedule, the burdensome compliance requirements through the No Surprises Act, and the enforcement of unnecessary vaccine mandates on healthcare workers has only fueled this ongoing shortage. This bill prohibits the enforcement of regulations by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to force a vaccine mandate on healthcare workers. Healthcare providers should not be forced to comply with these mandates that infringe upon their individual freedom of choice. We must come together and pass this bill and continue our commitment to the health and well-being of our people. The United States is facing record-breaking inflation. Government spending is at an all-time high, and our communities continue to face barriers to education, healthcare, and recent partisan policies that stifle healthcare innovation. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding the customary 30 minutes. For the past 6 months, the Republican majority, embroiled in chaos and dysfunction, has wasted valuable time because they are unable to perform the most basic job of Congress, working with representatives from both parties and from across the country to fund the government. They've brought us to the brink of a shutdown twice in the last 2 months. Before that, they threatened to tank the global economy. And if their proposals pass this week, we'll likely face new shutdown threats again in the new year. This isn't serious governance. It's not serious or governance at all. They're playing politics with Americans' lives and our country's future. It's outrageous that my constituents are yet again subjected to the uncertainty and fear that their paychecks won't come next week and that services they rely upon, like LIHEAP and WIC, will be interrupted. But House Republicans still refuse to come to the table where the majority of the American people are and work with us in a bipartisan way to pass the spending bills that Americans expect and deserve. The Senate's doing it. Why can't the House? Instead, House Republicans continue to try to force the entire country to go along with their farcical and extremist approach to government funding. And unsurprisingly, they continue to fail over and over again on the House floor. Their proposals are so extreme that members of their own party won't even vote for them. So the MAGA majority may have new leadership, but it is the same old story. They plan to kick the government funding can down the road once again so they can try to pass all 12 spending bills, which are now over 2 months overdue, that cater to the most extreme and noisy fringe of the MAGA party. These are bills that reject any bipartisan input, bills that contain harmful spending cuts that violate the Fiscal Responsibility Act spending levels that were approved on a bipartisan basis and signed into law last spring. And these bills include poison pill policy riders to enshrine MAGA culture wars into law and force these extremist views upon every American. There's no clearer example of that than the unacceptable spending bill they've brought to the House floor today. The Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Appropriations Bill is supposed to help Americans access education, jobs, and health care. These are the foundations of our constituents' lives and livelihoods. And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but they're 3 of the issues that I hear about the most when I have the opportunity to be back home rather than debating meaningless bills and amendments here on the House floor. And yet, the majority has proposed legislation that slashes funding for existing programs supporting these parts of American lives by a shocking 28% across the board, back to 2008 spending levels, with even deeper cuts in certain critical areas. I want to outline what these cuts will mean for Americans if this bill were to pass. Our public schools are responsible for educating the next generation of Americans, our civic leaders, our innovators, and our taxpayers. They're the key to our country's present and its future. But this bill seeks to further efforts of MAGA extremists to undermine our public school systems by ripping critical funding away from the K-12 schools that need it the most. This bill slashes billions, that's billions with a B, 80% from Title I, the foundational federal program that for over 5 decades has helped schools ensure that low-income students have access to a high-quality, well-rounded education to equip them for what lies ahead. These cuts will be devastating for the children who live in my district, which houses one of the largest public school districts in the country. Hundreds of millions of dollars in funding will be slashed from Philadelphia public schools. Thousands of teachers will lose their jobs. But it's not just my district that will suffer, it's everyone's. Mr. Speaker, Virginia 6 will lose $23 million in Title I funding. And Mr. Burgess's district, Texas 26, will lose $22 million. That's over 300 teachers that will lose their jobs in each of those districts. I challenge any of my colleagues to explain to the teachers and families in their districts how they can support a bill that cuts millions of dollars and hundreds of teachers from their local public schools, particularly at a time when our children need extra help. Members of Congress who vote for this proposal will be telling kids and families clearly and cruelly that where they live or how much money their parents make is the measure of whether they're worthy of a good education and future success. That's un-American. In addition to Title I cuts, this bill also eliminates, not cuts, eliminates funding for programs that support English language learning, academic achievement, professional development for educators, and the emotional and mental health of our students. In this bill, MAGA Republicans are going after preschool by slashing hundreds of millions of dollars from Head Start, which has been proven to provide young children with a critical early learning foundation that sets them up for lifelong success and saves taxpayers' dollars down the road. I want so much better than what is in this bill for our children, and I find it deeply disturbing that my Republican colleagues don't feel the same. Early childhood and K-12 education aren't the only things on the House Republicans' chopping block. With this bill, they're also abandoning college students and hardworking people trying to improve their lives and their futures through higher education and job training. This bill would eliminate the federal work-study program for hundreds of thousands of hardworking students who use it to pay for a higher education. It would block regulations to implement income-based student loan repayment programs. And this bill would rip need-based financial aid away from over 1 million students. So it'll be harder for people from working families to get a degree. And it will stifle their potential earnings and opportunities in the job market. This bill also leaves behind Americans who want to work, who want to access job training, or want to find a higher-paying job to better support themselves and their families. When employers across this country are scrambling to find qualified job candidates, House Republicans are defunding the programs that prepare Americans for the 21st century workforce. The bill they've proposed eliminates job training for over 500,000 Americans in the WIOA programs, in youth job training, adult job training, and employment programs for seniors. The bill also cuts over $1 billion from critical worker protection agencies at the Department of Labor, including programs that ensure worker safety and promote equality and economic security for working women. Every day I see how my district's dozens of higher education institutions, including community colleges, bring innovation and prosperous futures to our region. But House Republicans' short-sighted vision for our country undermines these accomplishments and jeopardizes the strength of our workforce for generations to come. Finally, the majority is using this bill to come after programs that support Americans' health, safety, and well-being. My district and the whole Philadelphia region is a hub for biomedical innovation. But the bill before us would undercut this life-saving work by slashing funding for cancer and neurological research, programs that help us fight public health crises like opioid misuse and HIV/AIDS will be eliminated. And as grieving Americans everywhere call out for action to bring an end to senseless gun violence, MAGA Republicans in the House, rather than answer these calls, want to eliminate funding for research on how to keep communities safe from firearms. And firearms are now the leading cause of death for American children. This bill also puts women's and children's health at risk. at a time when the U.S. lags far behind all other developed countries in addressing maternal mortality for lack of will and resources, and outcomes for mothers, but particularly women of color, are getting worse, this bill cuts hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for programs that support safe pregnancies, healthy babies, and affordable access to contraception and a full range of reproductive health care. And of course, this bill includes a toxic stew of unpopular extremist policy riders, yet another example of right-wing lawmakers pushing their extreme agenda to ban abortion care nationwide. This is a terrible bill, and the House majority knows it. It's been dictated by its most extreme members. It couldn't even survive a committee markup. So the party that preaches regular order has sent it straight to the floor. And on the way, with no committee input, this bill acquired additional policy riders, which no one in the Rules Committee could explain last night how they got in there since they didn't happen in committee. This bill is so extreme it may have to be pulled from the floor, like the two bills that preceded it last week, because it cannot win enough votes even from the House Republican caucus. And if it does pass the House, it will not pass the Senate or be able to overcome a White House veto. The appropriations legislation that House Republicans have put in front of us today does nothing to invest in Americans or America's future. Instead, it slashes programs and support for children, families, workers, and women. It's a cruel vision for our country. As House Republicans continue to worship at the shrine of trickle-down economics, despite its failure for half a century, instead of making wealthy corporations and billionaires pay their fair share, they'd rather balance the budget on the backs of kids and hardworking families and undermine the U.S.'s global reputation, credit rating, and national security. Americans, my constituents, are fed up. The people who send all of us to Washington do so with the belief that we will work and fight to make their and their families' lives better. But it seems that too many of the MAGA Republicans in the House aren't interested in keeping up their end of that bargain. This bill doesn't live up to the promises I've made to my constituents, and I absolutely can't support it. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself a minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I do not remember last year when the Democrats were in charge of the United States House of Representatives. I do not recall the labor HHS bill being on the floor as an individual bill. In fact, it was not. Everything was grouped together in a large omnibus bill literally a year ago, last December. And look, here's the problem. We all recognize, both Republicans and Democrats, additional spending was necessary during the pandemic to protect Americans and get us through this unprecedented crisis. But last year, when everyone acknowledged that the effects of the coronavirus were on the wane, discretionary spending increased by 15%. Mr. Speaker, my constituents do not understand that. They do not understand why that was necessary, and the people struggling to buy gas and groceries for sure don't understand why that was done to light the fires of inflation. I would encourage members on my side of the aisle to remember, if you do not want a December omnibus, then you will vote for this bill today. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I mean, the fact remains that under Democratic leadership, the House, sorry?
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. The fact remains that under Democratic leadership, the House did pass budget bills. It passed the actual bills, and what we're seeing here is a string of MAGA bills being brought to the floor and not passing, and not leading to an eventual budget. So we keep ending up in this Mobius loop of potential shutdowns. The bills that we've seen so far will not result in a budget, and with that, I'd reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
At the present time, I have no other speakers. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make in order Amendment 81 offered by Ranking Member DeLauro from the Appropriations Committee, which strikes Section 239 of the bill, which prohibits funding to Planned Parenthood and other similar women's health organizations. Mr. Speaker, when will Republicans in the House learn? The American people want you to stop trying to tell women what they can do with their bodies. At the ballot box, in Congress, in state legislatures, women want you to stop. Republican politicians have no place dictating decisions about women's reproductive health. These decisions should be made between a woman and her doctor. This MAGA messaging bill callously prohibits funding to an organization that provides many different health resources to women across the country. I myself used Planned Parenthood when planning my family. Planned Parenthood also offers vulnerable community services that wouldn't otherwise have access to, including critical preventive services like breast and cervical cancer screenings, contraception, and sex education. Simply put, blocking this grant funding endangers women's health across the country. There's no reason we should restrict access to federal grant money simply to score political points for the MAGA base while limiting reproductive health care options. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
If anyone is just tuning in, the bill we have before us today is a bill to fund the federal agencies of Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Labor, Department of Education. It is not to provide public funding to Planned Parenthood. That funding should come from someplace else, but not the pockets of the American taxpayers. I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I would inquire whether the gentleman is prepared to close.
Does the gentlelady reserve? I'm sorry.
Was that a yes?
I'll reserve the right to close.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Okay. As I said before, this is a terrible bill. I want to remind all my colleagues that this is kids' futures that we're talking about. It's the jobs that support American families. It's the health and safety of our loved ones. If House's MAGA Republicans had their way, our workers, students, children, women, and families would all suffer if the cuts in this bill were implemented. Our public schools, the centerpieces of our communities and our democracy, would be decimated. Hardworking people would be underwater, unable to find good-paying jobs to keep themselves and their families afloat. Devastating diseases would go uncured and unchecked, and women would be denied the right to make their own free choices about their own health care. America and the people who live here are worth investing in so much more than this, and I won't accept the bleak and nihilistic picture that House Republicans are trying to paint. Our country's future can and should be brighter. It's what our constituents and our children deserve. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question in the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time. And again, I would remind colleagues on my side of the aisle that if you do not want a December omnibus, a giant Christmas tree with all sorts of things hung upon it, like you saw last year, then you understand that we need to pass individual appropriations bills. And colleagues on my side of the aisle should carefully look at this bill and vote in favor of passing the bill and the underlying bill. There are over 60 programs that are currently being funded that are not authorized. Well, that's on us as authorizers in the authorizing committees, to be sure, but at the same time, we cannot continue to write checks to send money to programs that no one has bothered to authorize. If these are important programs that need to continue, then we on the authorizing committee should do the work, dig into the details of the program, bring in the witnesses, take the testimony, and do the appropriate authorization. But the fact that that has not happened in so many programs for so long indicates how broken the process is. We need to reverse that curse, reverse that inexorable spending that results if you just simply fund the government at a 15% greater level than you did last year before going back to basics and seeing if the program was even necessary. Mr. Speaker, this legislation has many conservative policies that deliver results to the American people. H.R. 5894, the underlying appropriations bill, works to reverse the harmful effects of controversial executive orders and the woke politics that has really damaged our country. Republicans seek to protect life, promote American values in the classroom, and prioritize safe medical research and combat the opioid epidemic, all while reining in unnecessary spending, promoting oversight and accountability. That's why I support the rule. I urge my colleagues to support the rule. I support the underlying bill and urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, and I will yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I would request the yeas and nays.
The gentlelady requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are ordered. Those are requested. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 864 and adoption of the House Resolution 864 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted in 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 864, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 48, House Resolution 864, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5894, making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 217, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 209. On this vote, the resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5894, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 864 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5894. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjarlais, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5894, which the clerk will report the title.
A bill making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support this morning of H.R. 5894, the FY 2024 Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and Related Agencies Bill. This is my first year as chair of this very important subcommittee, and I'm proud to be able to support programs that touch the lives of literally every American in one form or fashion. Our nation remains mired in high inflation, which is only worsened by the massive infusion of government spending, both during and immediately after the COVID pandemic. I've said on numerous occasions that inflation is a tax on every single American. Moreover, it is a tax borne disproportionately by low-income Americans. We cannot continue to make our constituents pay for reckless D.C. Beltway spending. At some point, we must stop the out-of-control spending spree that we've seen over the past 2 years. This bill that's before the House this morning represents a clear first step toward returning to fiscal responsibility, while at the same time ensuring that funding for critical and high-priority functions are maintained. Yes, the bill before us today reflects the challenges in achieving deficit reduction solely through reductions in discretionary spending. To be honest, a $60 billion cut to social spending programs in this bill requires scrutiny and priority setting. Over 50 programs are proposed for reduction, and another 60 programs are eliminated. Most of those that are eliminated are unauthorized or they have expired authorizations. Title I grants to states are curbed by almost 80%, or more than $14 billion. While Title I grants do support school districts everywhere, including rural districts, in the districts back in Alabama that I represent, these funds disproportionately support big city public schools, those same public schools that fail to educate the most vulnerable children that was entrusted to them by closing their doors for almost 2 years during the pandemic. It is estimated that over $20 billion in unspent funding still remain available from those funds that were provided during the pandemic to these schools. Until this funding, over $21 billion, is drawn down and it is used responsibly, the federal government should not continue to make further investments in these failing schools. At the same time, the priorities of this bill are biodefense, programs that support rural America, targeted education programs that including those for children with special needs, and congressional oversight responsibilities. The bill also maintains support for Pell Grants and language to ensure borrowers can quickly resume payments of their student loans following the recent Supreme Court decision. Other programs for certain vulnerable populations, such as Americans with disabilities, older Americans, and foster children, are maintained at current levels. Child care block grants, which provide vouchers for families to choose child care settings of their choice, are maintained at $8 billion. In response to the executive branch overreach of this administration, this bill prohibits funding for programs focused solely on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it eliminates funding for Planned Parenthood and other controversial grantees. It also protects religious freedom and values by stopping the administration's regulations that would require schools to allow biological boys to compete against girls in women's sports programs, and prohibiting any federal funding from going toward enforcing gender identity politics or social, hormonal, or surgical interventions to look like the opposite sex. The bill prohibits funding for controversial ideologies like critical race theory. These radical views do not belong in the public schools. Schools should be teaching our children how to think, not what to think. The bill maintains the long-standing Hyde Amendment to ensure that taxpayer funds are not used for abortion on demand and that no one is forced to participate in an abortion or refer for one under any federal program. The bill also makes sure that taxpayer funds are not used to circumvent state laws restricting abortion and also ensures that federal research funds are not used on human fetal tissue obtained from an elective abortion. Furthermore, the bill before us also includes provisions preventing this administration from moving forward with job-killing regulations that relates to independent contractors, joint employer status, and federally forced wage rates for agricultural workers. The administration's regulatory agenda is stifling small businesses, which should be an incubator for innovation. To protect against man-made pandemics, the bill prohibits any funding from going to EcoHealth Alliance, the Wuhan Institute for Virology, or any lab located in Russia or in China. The bill also prohibits funding from being used for any gain-of-function research, which was being used on bat coronavirus prior to the COVID pandemic, and it prohibits enforcement of the CMS COVID vaccine mandate on healthcare workers. In closing, Mr. Chairman, of course, in addition to thanking everybody that's had a part in this, I want to say a special thanks to the chair of our committee, Chairwoman Granger, and also my fellow subcommittee members and their staff. And I certainly also want to thank the Labor, Health and Human Services and Education subcommittee staff on both the Democrat and the Republican side as we've had to work through this bill over the last several months, and just appreciate everyone's hard work and input as we have moved forward on this. I look forward to the debate today, Mr. Chairman, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate Chairman Aderholt on his first bill as chairman of the subcommittee. And also, I would like to say a thank you to the minority staff, particularly Stephen Stegleiter, Philip Tizzani, Laurie McNone, Jackie Kilroy, for all of your hard work, as well as the majority staff, Susan Ross, Catherine Salmon, James Redstone, Emily Goff, and Laura Stagno. As I've often said, they keep our names on the door. So thank you, one and all. I have never seen an appropriations bill quite like this one. I have never seen a bill that was this inhumane and which defies all the values and ideals of a society which promises to address the needs and the challenges of its people. In Charles Dickens' Great Expectations, Pip observes the Pocket family children as, and I quote, not growing up or being brought up, but tumbling up, end quote. This bill leaves America's children tumbling up. This bill is the largest domestic appropriation bill, and for good reason. The programs funded in labor, health, human services, and education ensure that our workforce is strong, our families are healthy, and they are safe, and our children's future is secure. Indeed, last Congress, we passed a labor HHS bill that supported middle-class, working families, lifted up vulnerable Americans, and prepared our nation for future crises, which makes it even more disappointing to see where we have ended up in this year's process. The majority's 2024 Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education bill and its 28% cut of $64 billion brings us back to a level unseen since 2008. It heralds their intent to end public education in the United States. This bill eliminates present and future job opportunities for young adults, for seniors, for working families, and it jeopardizes maternal, pediatric, and public health. This bill is shameful, which is presumably the reason why it was never marked up or voted on by the full Appropriations Committee. As disappointed as I am to see the authority of the Appropriations Committee surrendered, sadly, based on where the majority has taken this entire process, it is not surprising. 154 days ago, the House Appropriations Committee held its first full committee markup of the 2024 bill. 9 more followed. This bill was not one of them. Nonetheless, the House majority circumvented the committee process. They airdropped in 5 new poison pill riders into the labor HH bill without any bipartisan consultation or a vote by the committee. We are left to assume that the majority knew this bill had no path forward in committee, and they know it has no path forward, period. Horace Mann called education, and I quote, the great equalizer. Perhaps then it is the majority's aversion to equality that explains why they cut 28% from the Department of Education. They will take at least 224,000 teachers out of low-income classrooms, eviscerate the programs that help at-risk youth build a bright future. This cut would entail a loss of 3,700 teachers in Alabama, 800 teachers in Idaho, 4,400 teachers in Maryland, 4,300 teachers in Tennessee, 6,500 teachers in Michigan, 5,000 teachers in Louisiana, 8,300 teachers in Georgia, 1,500 teachers in Kansas, 22,300 teachers in Texas, and 4,400 teachers in Arizona. Explain that to your constituents. I am deeply concerned about the impact such a colossal retraction from public education funding would have on children across our country. This bill tells the story of where the majority seeks to take this country. Republicans have made it clear they are opposed to public education, and they seek to destroy it. Quality education will no longer be accessible to working families, but it will be accessible, again, to the purview of the rich. I must underscore that point. This is no messaging bill. This is their, quote, commitment with America. I am taking Republicans at their word, as should all of the American people. This is what they want to do. When 161 House Republicans voted earlier this year to eliminate all K-12 funding at the Department of Education in the Massey Amendment to H.R. 5, I was horrified. But that was only the beginning. House Republicans are in lockstep behind the most extreme ideologues in their party. Just this summer, former Secretary Betsy DeVos penned an op-ed calling to eliminate the Department of Education. The Heritage Foundation's budget blueprint includes a proposal to eliminate the Department of Education. And former OMB Director Russ Vought wants massive funding reductions to, quote, thwart a public education system he sees as an, and I quote, an existential threat to the American Republic, end quote. We are witnessing a widespread attack on public education that should shock every American family. If left to their own devices, Republicans would gleefully take public education to the graveyard. So how will this bill move us closer toward those ends? English language acquisition funding to help 5 million English learners nationwide is eliminated, disadvantaging and discriminating against students who primarily speak another language, restraining their future ability to compete and to succeed in the economy. Supporting effective instruction state grants, which provide professional development opportunities for educators, are completely gone. The federal work study is no more for the 660,000 students who need it to help finance their post-secondary education. It limits their potential earnings and their future success in the job market. Nearly $1 billion is cut from the Supplemental Education Opportunity Grants, which eliminate need-based financial aid for 1.7 million students nationwide. Promised Neighborhoods, social and emotional learning grants, magnet schools are all completely erased as well. And the programs that are not completely abolished in this bill are so poorly funded as to be completely non-functional. A $14.7 billion cut from Title I. Title I, the very foundation of public education in America, is patently unthinkable, would remove hundreds of thousands of teachers from classrooms, directly harming children in every single one of our districts. Students nationwide are struggling with rising college costs, and this bill provides no relief by freezing the maximum Pell Grant for the first time in 12 years. I believe we all agree we have a crisis in our nation's classrooms, but rather than address the teacher shortage and fully fund our children's future, our nation's future, the majority solution is to abolish the public classroom altogether. And if you cannot afford a private education for your children, well, too bad. This is the Every Child Left Behind Act. Regardless of your age or stage in life, this bill means you can't count on your country for assistance in getting back on your feet. Youth job training, adult job training, Job Corps, senior community service employment programs are all eliminated. And if you want to work and just need help finding the right job or finding a better job, this bill has nothing to offer you. They are putting workers who do fine jobs at risk by cutting $313 million from worker protection agencies, like the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and a 30% cut to the Wage and Hour Division, the agency that is tasked with enforcing wage law and ensuring that our children are not working illegally, will send the rights of this workers in this country back to a time before World War II. This bill hangs working families out to dry. Healthy Start, diaper distribution, teen pregnancy prevention, Title X family planning, all abolished. And with riders that block access to abortions and reproductive health care services and force providers to withhold critical information about health care options. It is clear in this area that the majority does not trust women to make their own decisions. And where they are taking us is moving down a road to a nationwide abortion ban. These provisions amount to the majority simultaneously ensuring that anyone who may get pregnant will get pregnant, teenagers included, and that there are no resources or lifelines available to help those children and their families. People can only hope that they do not get cancer. You will not find support from House Republicans. From National Institutes of Health, over $2 billion is cut from the National Cancer Institute, the National Institute for Neurological Disorders and Stroke, the National Institute for Mental Health, and the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Cuts to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention are as outrageous as they are dangerous. Firearm injury prevention, tobacco prevention, ending the HIV epidemic, which, by the way, was an initiative of President Donald Trump. Republicans have decided addressing these problems is not worth a single dollar to the American people. What should we be doing if not combating the leading causes of death in this country? What should we fund if not the health and future of America's families? Supporting our children, working families, is the bare minimum of what the greatest country in the world should do for its people. But this bill goes well below the bare minimum. This bill steals from our children's future, from our families' health, and from Americans' livelihood. It abandons young adults. It stifles biomedical innovation. It surrenders to current and future public health crises and hurts women with poison pill riders on abortion. For these reasons, I vehemently oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, for the purpose of engaging in colloquy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Aderholt, thank you for your remarkable work on this bill, particularly under the trying circumstances we find ourselves under. One area of concern I'd like to touch on is the Medicare wage index. The wage index is unfair to rural southern states like Alabama. Alabama has been one of the lowest reimbursement rates in the nation. Even worse, Mobile, Baldwin counties, which I represent, face a huge struggle with the labor market since they are so close to Florida and competing with Florida's higher reimbursement rate. A small adjustment to this classification for Mobile, Baldwin counties would level the playing field at a time when hiring and retaining healthcare workers is at such a critical stage. It would also address the massive population growth that we are having in these counties and the increasing older population on the Alabama Gulf Coast. The reclassification is carefully designed to address this unique situation. These carve-outs have been accomplished by decades in higher reimbursement states while lowering the reimbursement states that need it the most, and they have been ignored. To achieve more fair funding in health care, especially in a unique situation like Mobile, Baldwin County, a reclassification is the right thing to do. Thank you, sir. I support this bill, and in my hopes that by working together, we can address these critical issues and ensure a brighter future for our communities. And I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Carl. And Mr. Chair, I would rise in support of these remarks from my friend and colleague from Alabama, Mr. Jerry Carl. Hospitals in Alabama and really across the nation are facing financial pressure because of health care disparity created by a specific Medicare regulation called the Medicare Area Wage Index, as Mr. Carl just mentioned. The wage index system is broken. It's punishing cost-effective hospitals in so many rural areas. Despite increases in labor costs, the wage index in these states consistently decreases over the years, and the decline is projected to continue. I thank the gentleman from Alabama for raising this issue here today. And although this is primarily under the jurisdiction of the authorizing committees, I'm proud that this bill includes provisions drawing attention to this very important issue. I hope that moving forward, Congress can work to address this long broken system, which is continuing to create serious challenges for our rural hospitals and their communities. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I rise in strong opposition to this spending bill. In it, House Republicans have reduced funding to the NIH and the National Cancer Institute and virtually eliminated funding for medical and behavioral research into deadly diseases. House Republicans eliminated the CDC's tobacco prevention and control programs. I repeat, House Republicans have defunded our most important anti-smoking programs with this bill. Deaths will be the reality if these cuts come to fruition. How can Republicans still be this beholden to big tobacco? House Republicans also eliminated the Ending the HIV Epidemic initiative, despite states like Florida, where we're seeing a 33% spike in new HIV diagnoses. With this bill, House Republicans are eliminating Healthy Start, whose sole mission is to improve the well-being of expectant mothers or those who just gave birth, all to reduce infant mortality. On top of that, this extreme MAGA bill eliminates funding for Title X family planning because their far-right ideology forbids access to reproductive health and related preventative health services. And of course, House Republicans have eliminated the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program in tandem with riders that block access to abortion services or reproductive health care services. But at least this bill nakedly reflects the true values of the MAGA House Republicans because it will encourage discrimination, promote bigotry, trample on women's rights, decimate public education, and push minorities further away from equality. And of course, it, quote unquote, protects Americans from critical race theory, LGBTQI+ communities, and programs that promote diversity and equity. This bill should adhere to the agreement that was made in the Fiscal Responsibility Act we passed on a bipartisan basis in the spring. Slash and burn budgeting hurts real people while you take care of your corporate co-conspirators. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this terrible spending bill, if it even ever comes to a vote. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our nation's foster care system is overburdened and limited in its ability to adequately address the adversities, challenges, and traumas that children and families often confront in some of the most vulnerable times of their lives. This is the unfortunate reality, a status quo where good enough is not good enough, a status quo where children are forgotten and neglected, a status quo that leaves children to gather in the trauma that introduced them to the foster care system. The Administration for Children and Families has emboldened the status quo for far too long. Studies show that children placed in foster care are significantly more likely to face lifelong struggles that include homelessness, sex trafficking, incarceration, and post-traumatic stress disorder. To move past these challenges, we must introduce innovative solutions that address the complex needs of children and families involved in the foster care system. Our foster care system lacks innovation, but that's something that we can change. We must educate, support, and empower children in the foster care system to reach their full potential. To accomplish these goals, our foster care system needs interventional, trauma-informed programming molded to the unique circumstances of each child in the foster care system. I encourage my colleagues to recognize these unique challenges and help set foster care youth on a path to success. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
My. In the spending bill that most affects our social fabric, MAGA Republicans take an axe to women's reproductive freedom, public education, and Medicare. At a time when costs are too high for working people, Republicans underfund child care and elder care. And instead of lifting up American families, this bill brings us down with the culture war garbage. It's a no for me. We can and we must do better. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am literally losing my voice, but somehow I will find the strength to make my voice heard on this dangerous bill. I rise today to speak against this bill's completely dated, out-of-date insistence on stripping women of their fundamental freedoms, not to mention the 80% cut to Title I across this country. This is funding for our most at-risk students everywhere in every community in this country. It will eliminate over 200,000 teachers and jeopardize the education of 26 million students. But first, I want to take you back to a week ago when Americans all across this country, from Ohio to Kentucky to Virginia, came out in droves to reject extremist efforts to strip a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And now Republicans here in Washington are doubling down on that same out-of-touch agenda, this time by sneaking partisan policy wins into what is supposed to be a bipartisan process for funding our government. Conservatives have spent 50 years saying abortion should be left up to the states. They finally got their way when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And now, even after local communities everywhere are demonstrating clearly that they believe in a woman's fundamental freedoms, radical House Republicans are doing everything they can to make abortion illegal at a national level. It is time to wake up, listen to women across this country, from the coasts to the hills to the deserts, who have spoken and will continue to say, hands off our bodies. It is our choice. Let's leave it that way. I urge my colleagues to vote no. This nonsense
Gentlelady's
needs
time
to
has
end,
expired.
and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from A gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
I want to thank the gentlelady for her strong voice, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the gentleman from Arizona, a member of our Appropriations Committee that has been very helpful on this bill that's before us today, Mr. Ciscomani, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Aderholt, for yielding some time. I rise today in support of Head Start programs across the country. As a father of 6, I recognize the importance of early learning and development for our next generation. As a dad, I want to ensure all children have the same opportunities to build a strong foundation for their lives. That's why I joined my colleague and friend, Representative Lawler, on his amendment, which we will consider later, to increase the amount of Head Start funding provided in the FY 2024 Labor, Health, and Human Services Appropriations Bill. Further, I introduced my own amendment, which is included in the en bloc to underscore the importance of the Head Start program. The importance of these programs, both in my district and across the country, cannot be understated. When our students and families have access to these resources, they're better equipped to put their best foot forward each day, both in and out of the classrooms. With 22 Head Start programs at almost 500 locations in Arizona, these programs are vital to the well-being of families and children everywhere. In my district alone, 10% of families with children under the age of 5 live below the poverty level. The tools our students need to succeed go far beyond pencils and notebooks in the classroom. When we invest in our kids, we are investing in a stronger community. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Ciscomani, for those comments, and as we move forward with this bill, look forward to working with you, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Congresswoman DeLorio, for your leadership. When we invest in our children, we invest in our communities. I agree. I agree. And that's why I'm so perplexed and frankly outraged by the draconian cuts in this bill, specifically targeting teachers, students, and Title I schools that serve vulnerable communities. These draconian cuts would force 220,000 teachers from the classrooms. In my district, that's nearly 700 Title I teachers who would lose their jobs. I'm one of the few mothers of young children in this Congress. I have an 8th grader and a 3rd grader. And I see every day that at a time when our schools are still struggling to address learning disruption and a growing achievement gap resulting in part from the COVID pandemic, and there's a growing mental health crisis, that this bill compounds that problem by cutting resources to our schools and cutting mental health services that will help to address the crisis that our children and the adults that care for them are facing every day. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote against this extreme labor HHS appropriations bill. Thank you.
Yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Judge, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, every child deserves access to a high-quality education, but House Republicans are proposing harmful cuts that would close the doors of opportunity for millions of children. At a time when we're facing a nationwide teacher shortage, House Republicans want to cut Title I funding by 80%, kicking 220,000 teachers out of the classroom, including 1,000 teachers in Rhode Island. House Republicans also propose to cut Head Start funding by $750 million, putting 50,000 children, including hundreds in Rhode Island, out of early childhood education programs and making it harder for their parents to go back to work. All told, this bill would cut $22.5 billion from the Department of Education. And many of my Republican colleagues who who are advocating for these cuts, who are saying we just can't find the money to pay teachers and help kids, had no problem voting for a tax cut program of $1.9 trillion that went disproportionately to billionaires and big corporations. They voted for $750 billion of tax cuts to corporations, $150 billion of cuts for multi-million-dollar inheritances, and now, when it comes to finding even a fraction of that same amount to fund teachers and fund children, they're saying they can't find the money. Please, if you can find trillions of dollars to give to billionaires and big corporations, you can sure as heck find money for teachers and students. So instead of handouts for those at the top, let's focus on policies that will help working people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, fight back against extremism, and stand up for our kids. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Reserves.
Reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Reserves.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Let me just recount. This is it's incredulous. The scope of this bill and its damage to the American people, their health care, their education, and their opportunity for a job and their future. Just quickly, the Department of Labor, adult job training, youth job training, Job Corps, senior community service employment, the Bureau of International Labor Affairs, the Women's Bureau to help women find jobs in non-traditional areas. These are all eliminated. Let's go now to the Department of Human Health and Services. Title X Family Planning, Healthy Start. Ryan White, ending the HIV epidemic, something that George Bush, Donald Trump wanted to do, to provide funding for, eliminated. The nursing workforce diversity. We have a shortage of nurses today. We need to be recruiting and training nurses to be able to take care of patients, to be able to administer health care. I always classify nurses as angels of mercy. They were with me every single day. When I was in the hospital a number of years ago for a period of time, the docs could look at me. They did great surgery, but it was the nurses who looked at me and they could tell whether it was a good day or a bad day, and they were there for comfort and care. But no, we don't want to train and recruit nurses. At the CDC, tobacco prevention and control. My God, what we've gone to such extent to really cut back in addiction and to allow, and not to make kids addicted in our country. Firearm injury and mortality prevention, this is research. And the same kind of research we did with regard to understanding how good seat belts were and how they could save people. This is not taking anyone's gun away. This is about public health. But no, that's eliminated. Global HIV/AIDS. The CDC's contribution to PEPFAR, George Bush, eliminated. Substance abuse and mental health services. And minority AIDS. My God, we are suffering a mental health crisis in this country. But no, the Republicans would eliminate that. Preschool development grants, adult protective services formula grants, all eliminated. Now the Department of Education. Effective instruction state grants eliminated. Social and emotional learning eliminated. Civics. We find today that young people, older people, don't know anything about the American government. They don't know who does what, local, state, federal. They don't engage in a dialogue with one another so that you can get to some sort of a rapprochement, understand what is being done in government. But no, Republicans don't want a literate society. So let's eliminate civics, magnet school assistance, Promise Neighborhoods, the federal supplemental education opportunity grants. My God, the kids who need financial assistance. Federal work study, let me mention that one, because today, working families, middle-class families, vulnerable families are having a tough time. They're going paycheck to paycheck. And yeah, you know what? They want their kids to go to school to get an education. And you know what? Their kids are willing to work. They'll go to the library. They'll do those jobs with the federal work study program. When I talk about the Republicans wanting to eliminate public education, this is a very good example, because you cut off the opportunity for that child to be able to work, to help his parents support him in getting an education. Who are we? And what are we about with this bill? I could go on, but what would be the point? Because that's what this bill is about. And as I said, it is not a messaging bill. This is where the majority wants to take us. They want to eliminate public education in this nation. And I come from an immigrant family whose parents could only dare dream their daughter serves in the United States House of Representatives. And I can hear day in and day out my folks who have now passed who said, get an education, get an education. And they sacrificed for that education. And we have a majority of this body that wants to take it away. Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Connecticut yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute considering of the text of the Rules Committee, print 118-13, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the House Report 118-272, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. And the bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the House Resolution 864 and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of House Resolution 864. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 864, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-272, not earlier disposed of. Amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 864, and shall not be subject to the demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 864, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments number 3, 5, 7, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 27, 29, 30, 31, 37, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 56, 57, 59, 60, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 72, 73, 74, 75, 77, 79, and 141, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-272, offered by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan amendment submitted by myself and my friend Congressman Costa, which would transfer $1 million from the HHS Secretary's General Department Management account to the NIH Institute of Neurologic Disorders and Stroke to begin to design the infrastructure for the Pediatric Onset Epilepsies Consortium. The consortium would enable cooperative research studies, accelerate the development of knowledge around the epilepsies, and rapidly advance therapeutic options and their implementation to improve treatments and healthcare outcomes. As co-chair of the Congressional Epilepsy Caucus, along with Congressman Costa, I'm proud to offer this bipartisan amendment to support millions of Americans with epilepsy. Just to give you a few statistics, more than 3.4 million individuals and their families are affected by epilepsy in the United States today, with nearly 500,000 children having epilepsy in the United States. 1 in 26 individuals will be diagnosed with epilepsy during their lifetime. As November is Epilepsy Awareness Month, we continue to build awareness around epilepsy, reduce the stigma applied to it, and educate the public and physicians on epilepsy disorders. I want to thank Representative Costa for his support in co-leading this amendment. This is personal to me, as I have a child who has dealt with epilepsy now for close to 16 years and is doing well, but I want other individuals from across the country to do well also. I encourage a yes vote on the amendment. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of the en bloc amendment, and I would like to take some time to talk about one of the amendments. And this is the amendment with regard to the CDC ALS registry. I rise in support of the amendment, which increases the funding for the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's National Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis, the ALS registry. I cannot talk about ALS without acknowledging the remarkable Addie Barkan, who died earlier this month. ALS is a cruel disease. Addie and Brian Wallach, who continues his own battle against ALS, are two of the amazing advocates who are changing the face of medical advocacy in this country. I support this amendment in their honor. The ALS registry collects and analyzes information about persons with ALS in the United States. It advances our understanding of the disease. With approximately 30,000 participants, the ALS registry has provided crucial information to guide future research. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the chair of the Agricultural Subcommittee and also a member of our Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Subcommittee, Dr. Harris, to be recognized for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer an amendment, the amendment number 5 included in the en bloc, to increase our investment in the health workforce and decrease spending for the Office of the Secretary of HHS. The Secretary has driven this historic health workforce shortage. In December 2020, Congress passed the No Surprises Act, which was the result of a years-long effort to ban surprise medical bills in a way that both takes the patient out of the middle and sets up a fair process for the provider and payer to negotiate the resulting bill. Unfortunately, the administration has implemented the policy in such a way that has tilted the scales in favor of the big insurance companies at every possible turn. Historically, Medicare has reimbursed physicians for their services at a lower rate than private insurance, which is why many providers don't even accept Medicare. In fact, 42% of psychiatrists don't accept Medicare patients. Most providers rely on private insurance to keep their practices open. Now, due to the botched implementation of the No Surprises Act, private insurance companies are paying the same or less than Medicare, which, as we unfortunately predicted, is forcing doctors to close their practices and decreases access to patient care. Someone told me a long time ago, if you're losing money on every patient, you can't make up for it on volume. The fact of the matter is that the Secretary is not enforcing the No Surprises Act as written. Once an out-of-network bill was generated, we set up a 30-30-30 day timeline. The doctor and insurance company has 30 days to agree on a payment amount, or else either side can initiate the arbitration process. The arbiter has 30 days to determine the appropriate payment, then the insurance company has 30 days to pay the provider. This timeline is simply not happening in the majority of cases. On average, it takes 236 days for a payment dispute to be resolved and paid, and a recent survey found that after arbitration, 52% of the insurance companies aren't making payments at all. Unfortunately, the Secretary has implemented this policy poorly and without serious enforcement. As a result, doctors are leaving the workforce in droves. Forcing doctors to provide care for which they may never receive payment is unsustainable. Because the Secretary is perpetuating the health workforce shortage, this amendment would decrease the Office of the Secretary of HHS and increase the top line of the HRSA health workforce accounts. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge all members to support this amendment, which would penalize the Secretary for driving the health workforce shortage. I yield back the
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bipartisan en bloc, which includes my amendment to increase funding for the Research Endowment Program at the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities. This program has bipartisan support. Earlier this year, Democrats and Republicans called for an increase in funding through a letter I led to House Appropriations. My colleague, Rep. Buddy Carter in the House and Senator Cassidy in the Senate worked hard in the last Congress to pass my bill, the John Lewis NIMHD Research Endowment Revitalization Act. It was signed into law, but now we need to increase the funding to this program so schools like Charles Ardrey University, Morehouse School of Medicine, and many others can continue to conduct critical research into minority health disparities. Increased funding will support existing and new grantees. I urge support for my amendment so we can fund research to reduce health disparities and save lives. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Thank you. I would like to rise to support another amendment in the en bloc, and it is the Congressman Gottheimer's amendment with regard to safe school drinking water. And I rise in support of the amendment, and I thank the representative for sponsoring the amendment and allowing this time to talk about the importance of safe drinking water at schools. Children are more susceptible to lead exposure because their bodies are still rapidly developing. Approximately 400,000 schools and child care centers are served by a lead service line or pipes and other fixtures. Let me be clear. There is no amount of lead that can be tolerated in the body. We know what happened in Flint, Michigan. Thousands of children lead poisoned. They are still, because I've met most recently with medical staff who's trying to working with these children because of their brain development, their slow development, etc., all as a result of a political decision allowing for the contamination of water with lead and lead poisoning so many thousand children in Flint, Michigan. That's why clean drinking water, safe drinking water at schools is so critically important. That is our responsibility, And the CDC funding allows health departments to develop partnerships with schools, with daycare facilities, with early childhood education centers to strengthen blood-lead testing reporting and link lead-exposed children to recommended services. The earlier they get their services, the more likely they are to be able to grow and to thrive. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you. I support the en bloc amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to defund Joe Biden's radical Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Under Joe Biden, OSHA attempted to fire 84 million Americans if they didn't take an experimental vaccine or show their private medical documents to their employer. The Supreme Court had to step in and tell Joe Biden he did not have the authority to force Big Pharma's experimental vaccine on the American people. But it shouldn't take the Supreme Court to stop OSHA from attempting to force an experimental vaccine on 84 million Americans. I had the opportunity to question the OSHA Assistant Secretary during an Education and Workforce Committee hearing, and I asked him if he agreed with the court decision and would commit to never attempting to force a vaccine mandate again. He refused. We must rein in OSHA, which is exactly what this amendment does. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. For over 50 years, the mission of the Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration has been to assure safe and healthful working conditions for working men and women by setting and enforcing standards, by providing training, outreach, education, and assistance. OSHA is responsible for making sure employers provide safe workplaces. Provide a safe workplace. Since OSHA was created in 1971, the number of workplace deaths and the rate of on-the-job injuries has declined by 65%, with a workforce twice as large. During that time, OSHA issued life-saving standards for asbestos, for lead, for carcinogens, for chemical exposure, and for blood-borne pathogens. Do we not want standards for those illnesses, diseases? The agency has forced these standards and provided assistance to employers to keep America's workers safe on the job. Make no mistake, by eliminating all funding for OSHA, this amendment results in an unconscionable spike in workplace injury, illness, and death. In the most recent Bureau of Labor Statistics report, there were 2.8 million non-fatal workplace injuries in 2022, up 7.5% over 2021. And in 2021, there were 5,100 190 workplace fatalities. That's up 8.9%. This is a reckless amendment. This says we don't care what kind of conditions workers are working in, and that we ought to go back to the Industrial Revolution. And it should be clear, again, a reckless amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what is reckless is trying to force 84 million American workers to take an experimental vaccine, and OSHA needs to be reined in. It took the Supreme Court's action to stop them. Again, I support this amendment to hold the Biden administration accountable, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from...
I rise once again in opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
I demand a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6...
No, a recorded vote. I'm okay? We got that?
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment by the gentlelady from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of amendments to the underlying bill.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, over the past few months, a salt mine in my district, Morton Salt's Weeks Island mine, a salt mine that has been in operation for many, many years, has been unrighteously targeted by the Mine Safety and Health Administration, the MSHA, and in particular, a single MSHA inspector who appears to have a personal vendetta. These concerns have been brought to my attention, and MSHA's leadership has been also advised. There's been an ongoing issue between MSHA and Morton Salt. These are justified concerns, yet they have fallen on deaf ears at MSHA. The MSHA handling of this matter isn't just about one company, I say to my colleague across the aisle, or one mine. It's about the integrity of our regulatory institutions and the protection of due process rights. In this case, evidence has been brought to me that shows a concerning pattern where enforcement actions may have been influenced by conflicts of interest and retaliatory motives, specifically involving MSHA Inspector Brandon Olivier. These allegations are not just troubling, they indicate a potential breach of trust. This trust is placed in Congress for the oversight role of our regulatory bodies. Furthermore, when Morton Salt raised these valid concerns to MSHA's district manager, Mr. William Odell, their grievances were seemingly ignored, contributing to a breakdown in the fair and impartial resolution process that should be a cornerstone of our regulatory system. I'm sure my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would agree with that general premise. So in response to these findings and to ensure accountability within MSHA, I am proposing several amendments. These are not just punitive measures, they're essential steps towards restoring trust and ensuring that such lapses in judgment and responsibility do not recur. Amendment number 2 that we're currently discussing will be reducing MSHA's salary and expense accounts and redirecting funds to the Department of Labor's Office of the Inspector General account. Mr. Speaker, I rise in favor of Amendment number 2. With the cuts in salary that I've offered in Amendments 112 and 113, this amendment would reduce MSHA's salary and expense account by $1 million and reallocate it to the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General, which reflects Congress's commitment to accountability given issues that have arisen in the Morton Salt case. Congress should demand ethical enforcement from our agencies. Failures, as in this case, must have oversight and consequences. This reallocation strengthens oversight, enhancing the Inspector General's capacity to investigate and ensure fair, unbiased regulatory actions. This measure shows Congress's dedication to integrity in federal institutions, ensuring regulatory bodies like MSHA maintain high standards of conduct. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady
Chairman,
from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition. Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I think with this amendment and the prior one is indicative of the majority's willingness to put workers' health and safety at risk. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Again, public servants should be commended and not demonized. Our federal government needs talented, intelligent, hardworking people who are willing to bring their skills to public service. Proposing to eliminate the salaries of hardworking public servants is petty. It really is beneath the dignity of this body. And it is not how we should solve differences of opinion on policy. For 45 years, the mission of the Department of Labor's Mine Safety and Health Administration has been to ensure that miners can return home from work every day to their families and their communities safe and healthy. When MSHA was created in 1977, the fatality rate in the mining industry was more than 4 times greater than the average for all industries in the United States. Since then, mining fatalities have dropped sharply as MSHA has established and enforced workplace safety standards, worked together with all of the stakeholders to prevent fatalities. For 2024, MSHA is prioritizing additional actions to reduce accidents, injuries, and fatalities involving customer and contract truck drivers, falls from heights, and lack of use of personal protective equipment. Taking out the agency's top enforcement official, as this amendment seeks to do, while MSHA completes this important work, would be reckless and irresponsible. In addition, it is particularly shameful that this amendment targets a non-political federal employee who is part of our federal civil service. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this vindictive amendment, which I believe is small and is petty, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have in reserve?
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect the gentlewoman's opposition, but I take exception to the nature of the gentlewoman's opposition. My amendment specifically addresses the health and safety of the American workers within that mine, because the health and safety of every American family begins with economic security. And to have their job threatened by the targeted and vindictive actions of the abused authority of one regulator, and for Congress not to act when this has been brought to our attention, that would be truly shameful. So I respectfully submit to the gentlewoman that I'm using the mechanisms of Congress constitutionally, specifically to address the health and welfare of the American citizens that I serve. Mr. Chairman, I urge full support of my amendment and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, and a member opposed each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment makes a technical fix to what seems to be a copy-paste drafting error in the bill, replacing, quote, Treasure Island Job Corps, quote, unquote, in Section 114 of the bill, which was the language into last year's bill, to quote, Gary Job Corps Center, unquote, which was supposed to be in this year's bill. The Gary Job Corps facility in San Marcos, Texas is one of the largest in the country and, as such, has a great deal of excess land. The land is located adjacent to the fast-growing San Marcos Regional Airport. For several years now, the City of San Marcos has been working closely with the Gary Job Corps Center and the Department of Labor on ways for the city to make better use of that excess land to benefit its citizens. The area of San Marcos is a key cog in the regional growth plan for the city and region, and the use of such additional land will ensure that the trend continues as the area brings in more and more economic investment. The amendment will simply allow the Department of Labor to negotiate directly with the city on dispersal of such land at fair market value without having to go through the year-long GSA federal land dispersal process. It replicates an effort that was done last year with the Treasure Island facility in California, so there is strong precedent. By removing some bureaucratic red tape, the amendment, which has the blessing of the Department of Labor, will ensure that San Marcos, Texas continues in its effort to be an economic engine for the region. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, which provides a small technical fix to this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady is recognized.
First of all, let me just correct the record here. The Job Corps provision was not a drafting error. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Treasure Island, a former naval installation island between Oakland and San Francisco, was closed under the 1990s and is undergoing a major redevelopment. Treasure Island Job Corps, one of the best performing sites in the country, serving over 430 students, with outdated and crumbling buildings, is located on a sizable piece of land in the middle of the island. The Department of Labor and Treasure Island Development Authority, TIDA, are jointly examining the possibility of selling or exchanging land from DOL, Department of Labor, to the Treasure Island Development Authority, to allow for additional housing development on the island in exchange for building a brand new campus for Job Corps within a smaller portion of their current site. Longstanding language on this matter has been included in appropriations bills since 2018. This language waives potential barriers to an exchange, allowing the department to retain the proceeds from a sale to rebuild a more compact Job Corps site within its current boundaries. There is no cost, let me repeat, no cost to the federal government. For years, Congress has recognized this as a win-win. A new Job Corps facility without additional appropriations and badly needed additional housing in the area. Win-win. This amendment strikes the reference to Treasure Island in a general provision specific to that Job Corps site and inserts the name of a different Job Corps site from the author's state of Texas. This amendment is silly. It's nonsensical, and it breaks from years of precedent around this language. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I will repeat that Treasure Island Job Corps was in last year's bill, and as the majority drafted this year's bill, I think we know what was meant to be in the bill. I'd also point out that Biden's Department of Labor supports this amendment. And with that, I will yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of my amendment number 6, H.R. 5894. My amendment would increase the health workforce account in the underlying bill by $10 million. This increase is completely offset by a decrease in funding for the National Institute of Nursing Research by $19 million. While the National Institute of Nursing Research provides funding for important research, the nursing workforce shortage is at a critical point, Mr. Speaker, and must be addressed immediately. The increase in funding for the health workforce account is intended to provide additional funding for Nurse Corps programs, which would bring the total funding amount for this program to $110 million for fiscal year 2024. This critical HRSA workforce program provides scholarship and loan repayment opportunities for nurses working in either a hospital or a community-based setting located in critical shortage facilities. Increasing scholarship and loan repayment opportunities will help encourage nurses to serve in facilities that are facing nursing shortages. As we all know, there is a shortage of healthcare professionals across our country, especially amongst the nursing workforce. The nursing workforce shortage is especially felt in rural communities, including those in my district. This fact was recently reinforced when I visited the Guthrie Packer Hospital in Sayre last month. During this visit, I was able to see the great work that the hospital was doing to incorporate new technologies to combat some of this nursing shortage. But the American people deserve this Congress to support such a critical profession, and we must keep in mind that this amendment, again, is fully offset and will aid in our efforts to resolve the nursing shortage workforce that exists. Nurses are the backbone of our hospitals and our health care in general, Mr. Speaker. And again, we must support this crucial profession. I urge my colleagues to support, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The amendment would cut funding for the National Institute of Nursing Research by $19 million. I support $10 million in training for the health workforce training, but I'm total opposition to a $19 million cut to the National Institute of Nursing Research. The National Institute of Nursing Research supports research that develops the scientific basis for nursing practice. Some examples. The NINR is supporting a research initiative to assess the changes in the organizational factors that could mitigate or prevent nurse burnout, which we know to be one of the primary causes of a nurse shortage, which people leaving the profession. NINR also supports initiatives such as the Aim of Care initiative to address high rates of maternal morbidity and mortality to prevent adverse maternal health outcomes. And again, we know what a serious issue this is in our nation with maternal morbidity and mortality. Women are dying. They look at these efforts and try to give us the best information and data possible. The National Institute of Nursing Research supports training opportunities to develop doctorally trained nurse scientists at schools of nursing throughout the United States. By cutting funding for the National Institute of Nursing Research, this amendment would reduce funding for nursing faculty. It would result in schools of nursing turning away many qualified applicants. Let me just say, in 2020, over 80,000 qualified applicants were not accepted at schools of nursing, primarily due to a shortage of clinical sites, faculty, and resources. Its institute is already underfunded, underappreciated, which is true of all nursing professions. Maybe that's why HRSA estimates that the nursing shortage has grown from 56,000, will grow to 78,000 by 2025. And more importantly, this amendment demonstrates once again that overall funding in this bill is grossly insufficient. I support $10 million for training, but a $19 million cut. We need to properly fund health workforce training and the National Institute of Nursing Research. We should not be forced to choose between nurses and nursing research. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all due respect to my colleague, this legislation, this amendment was developed and created with the assistance of the nursing community, and from rural hospitals as well as more urban. We have in our country a finite level of resources. We cannot continue to do things the same way they've always been done. We need to properly dedicate resources where they will deliver the most good for the most people. And this bill, by reallocating and having such an offset, will improve, enhance, augment the nursing pipeline for the critical needs that and value that nurses bring to our hospitals, and again, particularly in rural communities. So we have a win-win. We have a reduction in the excessive spending that takes place. This bill brings accountability, and it fortifies the all-important professional nursing pipeline now and for the next generation. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue to oppose the amendment.
Gentlelady,
and I yield back the balance of my time.
the gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word. I yield to the gentlewoman.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip and former member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Clark. And
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Connecticut, the Nutmeg State, the Constitution State, for all her work and for yielding this time. Mr. Speaker, a budget is a reflection of our values and what a low value the majority places on women and children in these bills. In the 2 minutes allotted to me, 40 Americans will be physically abused by a partner 40 Americans. But instead of standing with those survivors, MAGA Republicans are defunding the Violence Against Women Act. And they're taking away survivors' access to legal counsel. Those are the GOP's values? MAGA ideology is about controlling people, their health, their lives, their bodies. And in these bills, they're continuing their march towards a national abortion ban, defunding family planning programs, banning from providers from talking to patients about abortion care, banning medical students from even learning how to provide safe abortions. Those are their values. Millions of parents sent their kids to school today not knowing if they'll come home safe. The Republicans' response? Unleash more guns onto the streets, including untraceable ghost guns. Those are their values. And about those schools, in these bills, they're gutting public education and child care. They're even defunding programs for missing and exploited children. We see the extreme values of the GOP in these bills. These values are not shared by the American people. We are here to serve people. These bills work against them. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Chair, I yield back the
Connecticut.
balance of my time.
Reserves. Yields
Yield
back.
back. Yield back.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that will transfer funds from government bureaucracy to Small Rural Hospital Improvement Grant Program. The rural hospital closure crisis continues to intensify. Unfortunately, over 138 rural hospitals have closed since 2010, and over 450 additional facilities are vulnerable to closure. While recent innovations in healthcare, such as the implementation of telehealth technology, show promise to rural communities, rural America is facing crises that are leading to dwindling access to essential care. Competitive grant programs like the Small Rural Hospital Improvement Grant Program play a large role in ensuring that Americans living in rural communities can access quality, cost-effective health care. This program supports small rural hospitals in meeting value-based payment and care goals for their respective organizations through purchase of hardware and software and training. While current spending for rural health discretionary programs is relatively small in the largest discretionary spending bill, it plays a critical role in solidifying the fragile healthcare infrastructure and workforce in rural communities. Americans, especially in rural communities, continue to struggle with affordable coverage, yet Joe Biden has done nothing to actually lower costs. Let's empower our rural communities to keep providing high-quality health care and eliminate red tape and useless bureaucracy that is standing between doctors and patients. This amendment takes an important first step to accomplish both of these goals. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that will transfer funds from the HHS bureaucracy to the Small Rural Hospital Improvement Grant Program. Again, I urge colleagues to support this amendment, and Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose is the gentlelady from? Does any member seek opposition? Seeing none, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my straightforward amendment that seeks to provide more resources in a bill for telehealth services for veterans in rural areas. Colorado's 3rd congressional district has over 100,000 veterans who call our beautiful state home. I'm committed to ensuring that our veterans receive the care and respect they have earned for their service and sacrifice. That's why I'm here today to talk about the importance of telehealth for veterans in rural areas. Telehealth is the use of technology to deliver health and care services remotely, such as through video, phone, or online platforms. Telehealth can help veterans access quality care from the comfort and convenience of their homes or nearby locations without having to travel long distances or face transportation barriers. Telehealth is especially important for veterans who live in rural or highly rural areas, like many of the veterans in my district. According to the Department of Veterans Affairs, there are 2.8 million rural veterans who are enrolled in and rely on VA healthcare systems. However, these veterans often face challenges in accessing timely and quality care due to provider shortages, limited facilities, and geographical isolation. These challenges can result in poor health outcomes, such as higher rates of chronic diseases, mental health issues, and unfortunately, even suicide. For instance, rural veterans are more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart conditions than veterans living in more urban areas. Rural veterans are also 65% more likely to die from suicide than those residing in urban areas. These statistics are unacceptable. They are absolutely heartbreaking. Our veterans deserve better. They deserve to have access to the best care possible, regardless of where they live. I will continue to advocate for these programs and for the expansion of telehealth access for rural veterans. I believe that telehealth is not only a matter of convenience, but a matter of necessity. It is a matter of honoring our veterans and fulfilling our promises to them. Let's pass my amendment so we can increase telehealth services for veterans in rural areas. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that will transfer funds from the federal bureaucracy to the Rural Emergency Hospital Technical Assistance Program. Programs like the Rural Emergency Hospital Technical Assistance Program play a large role in ensuring that Americans living in rural communities can access quality, cost-effective health care. The program works to ensure rural hospitals and the communities they serve have the information and resources needed to make informed decisions as to whether rural emergency hospitals are the best model of care for their communities and facilitate a successful implementation of REH requirements for those hospitals converting to this new provider type. This program provides hospitals and rural communities considering this new model assistance across a broad range of issues, including financial analysis, workforce or staffing planning, establishment of referral relationships and processes, determining REH service lines, community health needs, and impact on the community health system, including emergency medical services. I will keep working for responsible health care policies that respect the dignity of individuals, support rural communities, decrease healthcare costs, and restore free market competition to the healthcare industry. Let's empower our rural communities to keep providing high-quality health care and eliminate red tape and useless bureaucracy that is standing between doctors and patients. This amendment takes an important step to accomplish both of these goals. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that will transfer funds from the Rural Emergency Hospital Technical Assistance Program. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Does anyone claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to offer my amendment that will transfer funds from government bureaucracy to the Rural Residency Planning and Development Program to support physician workforce expansion in rural areas. On top of closures, the healthcare workforce shortages continue to plague rural communities. Over 75% of rural counties are designated health professional shortage areas. Programs like the Rural Residency Planning and Development Program support the development of new rural residency programs in family medicine, internal medicine, and psychiatry to address the physician workforce shortages and challenges faced by rural communities. Rural residency programs are accredited medical residencies training programs that train residents in rural settings for greater than 50% of their total time in residency and focus on producing physicians who will practice in rural communities. This program also contributes jobs to rural economies, provides access to a range of medical services, and strengthens communities throughout rural America. Competitive grant programs like the Rural Residency Planning and Development Program play a large role in ensuring that Americans living in rural communities can access quality, cost-effective health care. Let's support our rural communities instead of handicapping them with one-size-fits-all mandates, as the Biden administration has done. In September, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services proposed a rule to mandate increased nursing home staff ratio, which will put nursing homes, particularly in rural areas, in an impossible dilemma as they grapple with how to manage current occupancy levels with the insufficient workforce available to meet the requirements. Rules like this fail to adequately balance the needs of both patients and healthcare staff in rural communities in the face of the current staffing shortage gripping our nation. This is why we should focus on giving our rural communities the resources and support that they need to provide low-cost, high-quality health care. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that will transfer funds to the Rural Residency Planning and Development Program to support physician workforce expansion in rural areas. Mr. Chair, I have reserved.
Gentlewoman reserves. Any member claim time in opposition?
One more.
Seeing none, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 13, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment to redirect $2 million in this bill to the Office of Inspector General to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. As a proud member of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, I am a firm believer in holding our government accountable to the people we serve. Honest, hardworking American citizens should be able to trust that their tax dollars are being spent responsibly. To achieve this goal, the Office of Inspector General must have the funding they need to ensure that the Department of Health and Human Services is using our tax dollars efficiently and for their intended purpose. Inspector generals across the federal government have saved taxpayers billions of dollars and exposed numerous instances of criminal wrongdoing. According to the most recent report from the HHS on healthcare fraud and abuse, quote, in fiscal year 2021, investigations conducted by HHS's Office of Inspector General resulted in 504 criminal actions against individuals or entities that engaged in crimes related to Medicare or Medicaid, and 669 civil actions, which include false claims and unjust enrichment lawsuits filed in the federal district court and civil monetary penalty settlements. The Office of Inspector General also excluded 1,689 individuals and entities from participation in Medicare and Medicaid and other federal health care programs. Among these were exclusions based on criminal convictions for crimes related to Medicare and Medicaid or to other health care programs for beneficiary abuse or neglect, and as a result of state health care licensure revocations, end quote. Mr. Chair, the American people believe the government is corrupt and rife with fraud. The only way to address these concerns is to promote accountability in the federal government and ensure that their tax dollars are used responsibly for their intended purpose. My common sense amendment will ensure that the HHS Office of Inspector General has the funding and resources they need to keep this agency in line. $2 million is a small sum to pay to restore faith in our institutions and to potentially uncover billions in fraud. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to promote accountability and oversight in the Department of Health and Human Services. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized again.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment cuts back spending for the Office of Public Health Scientific Services by more than $158 million to return us back to our fiscal year 19 funding levels. This reins back the irresponsible balloon spending that we've seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. The House of Representatives has to hold itself accountable to fiscal responsibility. We cannot continue to spend money that we do not have, entrenching our country into more debt that future generations will be unable to pay back. Our public health offices, particularly during the COVID-19, have proven they do not effectively follow scientific method. In fact, I would argue that this body only follows political science, not medical science. While some of these offices certainly played roles in helping to research the effects of COVID, others, like the Office of Public Health Scientific Services, were ineffective and do not serve their purpose. We do not need another redundant public health office to advance politicized work of the federal government's public health operations. And furthermore, as a business owner, I know the value of industry driving policy and not policy driving industry. These cuts encourage increased collaboration with the private sector to leverage external resources and expertise to support the public health initiatives. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Any member claim time in opposition?
Chair, I claim time in opposition.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would reduce the Center for Disease Control and Prevention.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This would reduce the CDC's Public Health Scientific Services account by $158 million. Bringing this account to the 2019 level, what would it eliminate? Think about it. Significant advancements in public health, negatively impacting the National Center for Health Statistics, for laboratory science, and for public health data modernization efforts. I have personal propriety on data modernization. I championed and I established the establishment of a public health data modernization initiative in fiscal year 2020. Just prior to the pandemic, I might add. A massive undertaking is moving public health away from the fax machine and into the 21st century. Think about what happened during the pandemic with all of the laboratories around the country. I'll speak about Connecticut. Nearly shut down. Couldn't do its work because it doesn't have the equipment, the modernization, the ability to collect data that makes it incredibly important for us to deal with a pandemic or any other disease. This provides, this modernization initiative, I might add, provides funding directly to 64 jurisdictions, states, territories, large cities, tribes. Eliminating this funding impacts the entire country. We look to, and I suspect that my colleague on the other side of the aisle has the same view, as that the local jurisdictions, the public health, needs to have the capacity to do its job. This funding is critical to improving jurisdictions' public health decision-making capabilities. And that is for, some have very high-rated and forward-thinking and decision-making capabilities, and they have what they need. But we have a lot of communities with minimal capacity, such as those, this is really pretty extraordinary. We have people entering records by hand. They're writing their records out by hand or using software not designed for tracking outbreak data to be able to publish provisional national death data on a weekly basis. Some places have no capacity to do this, and they're not reporting the data, so that we have no idea what is happening. You know, look, we all want to know the scope of a foodborne or an infectious disease outbreak in our community. I suspect my colleague wants that information for himself, his family, and for his constituents. We all do. But that does not happen without the data first identifying the cases. Our public health data systems, laboratory resources, and the National Center for Health Statistics are already so far behind where they need them to be. And this amendment would only make matters worse. We should have learned a very, very big lesson from the pandemic, where our public health infrastructure, in many instances, crashed because of the lack of technology, the lack of data collection, of lack of modernizing their ability to collect that data. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, I appreciate the gentlelady actually stepping up. She has two key questions that I really liked. First off, what would it eliminate was one of the questions. Well, what it would eliminate is the wasteful and fraudulent spending that has gone to the NIH, as well as for those who've actually continued to pursue things like gain of function under Fauci, as we saw how that worked out. The other thing is that she also questioned, what should we have learned? Well, what we have learned is that we are actually spinning ourselves into an economic abyss. The fact that we are actually leading the nation when it comes to continually frivolous spending. And I love how only in Washington can we call something emergency spending levels, but then maintain it throughout the period in which we're going to move forward. We have to acknowledge the fact that in 2019, pre-COVID spending levels, if you did a 3.5% adjusted rate, that would get us to an actual spending cap of 1.477 today, not the 1586, not the 1786, and certainly not the $2 trillion that the Democrats want to continue to spend. The bottom line, Mr. Chair, is this. We are not saying that we will not have the necessary spending for our public health sectors and others to continue to do their job. What we are saying is that we should return our spending levels to pre-COVID, pre-emergency levels that would be in sync with what we have always done at the 3.5 adjusted rate. With that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I oppose the amendment. I think it's not just for the emergency. We need to have a very, very strong public health infrastructure. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'll go ahead and close with this, Mr. Chair, which is that it is very clear that the only thing that D.C. continues to do successfully is spend American taxpayer funding. We did not do what was necessary to mitigate these risks. There was always this 2 weeks to slow the curve. I wish there was 2 weeks to slow our spending. We need to get back to where we were before so that we can get control. Start looking at economic growth, start looking at what's best and having industry drive the actual policy, not policy drive the industry. And we need to reduce and limit the government's reach into the public sector to ensure that they have what they need driven by them for them. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I rise in support of my amendment, which is an increase-decrease prioritized money for the CDC to do a study on the effectiveness of vitamin D against COVID-19. Vitamin D has long been associated with a healthy immune system, particularly when combating viral and respiratory infections, and it's evident that maintaining adequate vitamin D levels can dramatically improve patients' outcomes who are affected with COVID. I was incredibly disappointed during the entire COVID scare, when over 1 million Americans died, that the public health establishment did very little to encourage people to take vitamin D. There are many studies out there. They vary from one to the other, from Spain, from Harvard, from University of Chicago. In some, they say that the chance of death can be reduced by 60%. In others, they say people with adequate vitamin D levels have 2.3% pass away compared to 25.6%. In other words, you're 10 times better off without vitamin D. But in any event, the public health establishment did very little to push this. And in my heart, I read a lot of this stuff. I believe we could have cut the deaths by over 80% had they did it, which is why I want to require some sort of study out of the CDC to show this. The other thing that should have been done is during this COVID thing, if you went in for a checkup, you should have had your vitamin D checked. That should have been automatic. And if you would have had levels, say, under 20, your doctor could have said, you're in much worse shape now, you got to take vitamin D right away. They didn't do that, I think because they couldn't make enough money on it and because today the medical establishment is too money driven. But hopefully if we do a study and something like this comes back, we can put our public health establishment a little bit more on the ball. And I think if it was an identical thing to COVID, I think reduce the number of deaths by over 80%.
Gentleman reserves?
Yes.
Any member claim time in opposition?
Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me just preface my comments by saying we are not scientists and we are not doctors in this way. Maybe some are. We may have one or two, but we are not in the business of the scientific research or in the medical profession for the most part. I rise to claim time in opposition. This amendment calls for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to conduct an exploratory study on the topic of a supplement, vitamin D deficiencies, and COVID mortality rates. To make recommendations, federal agencies leverage the results of multiple randomized controlled trials that form the same conclusion, which builds the scientific evidence for recommendations. The National Institutes of Health and academic peers have consistently found that there is insufficient evidence for a recommendation either for or against the use of vitamin D for the prevention of, or treatment of COVID-19. Supplements are not a replacement for preventive measures like a vaccination. Studies are being conducted on more effective linkages between COVID-19 infection and preventative measures, including vaccination and ventilation. CDC should be receiving additional investments for these studies, not being told to conduct a study on this supplement. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Well, I'll point out that there are many scientists in different countries who feel overwhelming that vitamin D would have reduced the number of deaths. I believe, sadly, that both our research establishment and medical establishment kind of tilts towards something that'll be more profitable. If they would have gotten vitamin D out there in the almost year before vaccines were available, I think it would have saved a lot of lives, and it would have probably saved lives even after vaccines became available. It is a mystery to me why the public health establishment did not get involved and, quite frankly, encouraged people to take vitamin D well beyond the normal supplement level. You should probably be taking 4 or 5 times the amount of a supplement. But in any event, it's frustrating it wasn't done. It's frustrating we wouldn't check vitamin D levels when the cost to check them is, from what I could tell, if you go through a mail order thing, like $50 to check. But nevertheless, it wasn't worthwhile for the medical establishment to do that. I don't see any harm in doing a study, and it could result in a massive benefit. I'll also point out that way disproportionately people of color were dying of this disease, and a lot of people feel the reason they were dying far in excess of the population as a whole was because people with darker skin don't have as much vitamin D. So in particular, it would have helped people of color.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the ranking member for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Republican Labor, Health and Human Service Appropriation Bill, which, among other cuts, would slash funding for DOL's wage and hour division by nearly 30%. 30%. Among other functions of the Wage and Hour Division, it enforces Davis-Bacon Act, which ensures that workers are fairly compensated, and it's been around since 1931. Davis-Bacon requires workers on federal construction projects are paid a prevailing wage, which prevents workers from being undercut, not being paid the correct amount of money for their work. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an amendment to increase funding for the Wage and Hour Division to improve the full enforcement of Davis-Bacon. At the end of the debate, I will insert in the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves.
I
Gentlewoman
strongly oppose the amendment, but I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Nothing more to say other than that I
Gentleman,
hope the amendment passes.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 26, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. Okay. Is now in order to consider Amendment Number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I ask for my colleagues' support for my amendment to cut $10 million from this appropriations bill and contribute those funds instead towards deficit reduction. This particular $10 million is set aside to increase diversity in biomedical research. The federal government has an addiction to growth and expansion. Find a problem, just create a new program and assign a few bureaucrats to handle it, and that will somehow allegedly fix the problem. Under this administration, you don't have to set aside special monies to support diversity. President Biden has made it very clear through nearly every executive action that he takes that every agency should look at every issue through a diversity lens. The Biden administration makes everything about race anyway. We should not believe they need a few more million in taxpayer dollars just to make a difference in this aspect. At some point, the Biden administration needs to stop dividing everyone based on the way they look and instead focus on actual health solutions for all Americans in need. Americans are tired of everything being about race. When it comes to the future of biomedical research, we want to know that the best of the best are researching ways to cure cancer, fight heart disease, and help us lead longer and healthier lives. None of those are racial problems. They are human problems. And throughout our history, American innovation has been at the top of the charts for finding breakthrough cures and therapeutics. This year, through this bill, We are already set to invest in that research, and we can spare the $10 million that focuses on diversity and instead spend it on something that helps every American, contributing to the spending reduction account that would actually decrease our deficit. So I hope my colleagues will join me in this simple cost-saving amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Any member claim time in opposition?
Yes, I claim time in opposition, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. Let me just tell you a brief story. I arrived at the Congress in 1990. At the time, this is on a bipartisan basis, what we discovered was, this had to do with women's health, what we discovered at the National Institutes of Health was that all of the clinical trials on illnesses, diseases in the country, all of the research, all the science in all of these diseases, the clinical trials had only included men. Only men. I don't think anyone would view that this is rocket science, that women are physiologically different than men. So on a bipartisan basis, the women, Nancy Johnson, Barbara Kennelly, Nancy Pelosi, Nita Lowey, Marge Rauckheimer, banded together. And they said, this is crazy. Women and minorities need to be included in your clinical studies so that we can not just extrapolate data from clinical trials from men and apply it to women, but women deserved, minorities deserved to be in those trials so that we could find out what was the best treatment, what was the best cure, what was the best way to treat their health issues. Now, this is an amendment that would cut $10 million to the National Institute of General Medical Sciences at the NIH. One of the basic missions of NIGMS is to support a next generation of scientists. This amendment would reduce support for scientific trainees across every stage of their career trajectories, from supporting undergraduates, community college students in research experiences, to PhD and clinician scientist training, to postdoctoral training, and the transition to a first scientific position. By eliminating an office of diversity in biomedical research takes us backward when we moved forward all those years ago to talk about how biomedical research and that discovery to cure had to include in the scientific endeavor, yes, men, but also women and minorities. This amendment would limit newly early-stage investigators who are a pipeline to a next generation of researchers for future scientific discoveries. With all deference and respect for my colleague, this amendment is short-sighted and it's counterproductive, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've made progress today. I'm glad to hear the gentlelady from the other side of the aisle recognize there are differences between men and women. We may next actually be able to define what a woman is or what a man is. So I'm glad to recognize or to hear that recognition from my friends on the other side of the aisle. You know, if President Biden were serious about helping people, he'd cut our spending. He would renew American energy. He would secure the southern border. In fact, there's millions of illegals pouring across our border, costing taxpayers $150 billion a year. And while every issue is not a racial issue, as the administration would have you think, every issue is not a climate issue, as the administration would have you think, But today, every issue is a border issue and every issue is a spending issue. And yet President Biden focuses on woke initiatives like the Justice 40 initiative that promotes equity across the federal government. Certainly today, we would not criticize biomedical research. Matter of fact, we recognize the value that it brings to our country, and I'm thankful for those in the field who are doing their best to help all Americans. We want the research done by the best researchers for all Americans, regardless of what any of them look like. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment are offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I ask for my colleagues' support for my amendment to transfer $524.4 million from the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities to the spending reduction account that would reduce our national debt and our current deficit. You know, the way we throw around trillions of dollars and billions of dollars, I guess $524 million doesn't seem like a lot here in Washington, but to average Americans, that's real money. Well, this office, formerly created by Obamacare, brags about being a leader in the scientific community's focus on socioeconomics, politics, discrimination, of course, culture and environment in relation to health disparities. I've heard enough there. Americans don't want politicized science. We want scientific science. We don't want health research that divides by race. We want health research that unleashes American ingenuity on a horrific disease. Let's talk about some of the studies that are associated with this particular office. A report on how various racial groups have faced COVID-19 discrimination. A program to address how, COVID-19 discriminates, of course. Didn't you know that? Another is a program to address how access to safe spaces impacts health. And of course, how climate change in and of itself is somehow racist. I submit to my colleagues today that any actual scientific health innovations that come out of this office could develop in one of the other offices or projects that the $43 billion with a B NIH budget supports. We don't need to set aside $524 million to focus on race once again and publish more politically charged studies that do nothing to contribute to meaningful health outcomes. So I hope my colleagues will join me to reduce spending, reduce the size of government, and support the best possible health research that is not done on a racist basis. And I yield.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Reserve, I'm sorry.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from...
Mr. Chair,
for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in vehement opposition to this amendment. The amendment would eliminate all funding to the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities, which would eviscerating funding for research on minority health. This is a lack of understanding of scientific discovery or discovery to cure. Frankly, it is appalling and disgusting. I will be calling for a roll call vote on this amendment. I want to know exactly which members of the House of Representatives want to eliminate funding for research on minority health and health disparities. The National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities supports research on diseases and conditions that disproportionately affect minority populations, minorities writ large. The United States continues to experience persistent and preventable adverse health effects with a disproportionate burden on minority communities. To take one example, chronic diseases are among the leading causes of death in the United States. Some racial or ethnic minority groups experience a higher prevalence of multiple chronic conditions. We need to continue research on interventions to reduce mortality from multiple chronic diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, sickle cell disease, maternal mortality, obesity, asthma, heart disease, cancer, which continue to disproportionately affect minority communities. The National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities also supports researchers from backgrounds who are underrepresented in the biomedical research workforce. I urge my colleagues to think about this amendment and how it lacks scientific understanding and the ability to use biomedical research as a discovery for a cure. Oppose this amendment, and I look forward to seeing the results of a recorded vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, it continues to be clear that our friends on the other side just cannot tolerate or abide by the absence of racist initiatives or disparate treatment based on race. But Americans are done with the politicization of science, especially after the tyrannical government mandates that shut down the economy during the coronavirus. President Biden promised a few years ago a return to normalcy, but his administration has only weaponized the government against the American people even more. I wish the Biden administration would focus as much on cutting the reckless spending, securing our border, putting Americans first, as they do on dividing people along racial lines. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
I cannot say strongly enough how much I oppose this amendment which thwarts research, biomedical research, to save people's lives. That's what that's what's done in this area. That's what the NIH does. That's what Minority Health Disparities review of that. It's about saving lives. We have no more noble cause in this institution than to help to save people's lives, whomever they are. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 33, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 33 prohibits funding for the John E. Fogerty International Center, saving approximately $95 million. Our nation is over $33 trillion in debt, with an expected annual deficit this year of nearly $2 trillion. We need to find innovative ways to reduce spending, and while many would consider this small potatoes, we must begin with the most blatant violations of the public trust, and that's what we consider this. My amendment builds off of President Trump's first budget request, which called for eliminating the Fogerty International Center. According to their website, the Fogerty International Center is dedicated to advancing the mission of the National Institutes of Health by supporting and facilitating global health research conducted by the U.S. However, the center emphasizes a perverted view of global health equity, in quotes, and partners with the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is a corrupt organization that worked with the Chinese Communist Party to cover up the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Fogerty Center should not be working with the World Health Organization. Moreover, a large amount of the grants funded by the Fogerty International Center are counterproductive to our interest. One such egregious project that received funds in the Philippines is titled Stigma Reduction and Gender Affirmation to Promote HIV Prevention Testing in Trans Women. That's what your tax dollars are being used for. The project is a joint partnership between Brown University and the University of Philippines, Manila. There are biological women and biological males, as stressed by the other side of the aisle in the previous amendment. They have finally recognized that. I find it ironic that we are funding projects in the name of science that ignore basic biology. Funding these woke, ridiculous projects hurt our standing in the Philippines and globally. Christianity is the dominant faith in the Philippines, making us up approximately 90% of the population. This project is a slap in the face to anyone in the Philippines who holds traditional Christian beliefs. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would eliminate funding for the Fogerty International Center at the National Institutes of Health. This amendment is short-sighted. It would undermine our ability to prevent and mitigate disease outbreaks around the world. The Fogerty International Center has supported research training programs which have been vital to fighting emerging infectious diseases, including Ebola and Zika. Now, we dealt with Ebola in 2014, and we dealt with the Zika crisis in 2016. And I know that the gentleman was not here at that time and really didn't experience what was happening both here in the U.S. and also internationally. The very fact is that Fogerty helped to train the people who were involved with on-the-ground responders to the Ebola and to the Zika crisis. Moreover, Fogerty supports training programs for scientists in the United States and abroad who are engaged in prevention and treatment of diseases such as malaria, dengue fever, and tuberculosis, all of which now have affected parts of the United States. Fogerty programs have provided research training to 6,000 scientists worldwide. It contributes to biomedical innovation. It supports the next generation of researchers across the globe. In addition, health innovations developed with foreign partners can be adapted to help solve health issues in the United States. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to send funds overseas, they should project our values. And I agree with the overwhelming majority of Americans and Montanans stating this center doesn't project our values. A grant that received funds through the Fogarty International Center in Uganda is titled HIV Self-Testing to Empower Prevention Choices in Sex Workers. In sex workers. If you want to protect men and women from drug abuse and sex crimes, my colleagues should begin by helping me and my colleagues on this side of the aisle by securing the southern border and helping us to locate the approximately 100,000 children who have been released to our country and most likely condemned to a life of sex slavery. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
My continued opposition to this amendment, I suspect that my colleague is not interested in saving lives in West Africa, in Brazil, or in Haiti. And once again, with prior amendments that we're listening here today, the issue of the work of science and research in the pursuit of saving lives is what this institution should be about. We're not talking about helicopters, roads, bridges, anything else. Fundamentally, we are addressing the issue of using the biomedical research, which we have scientists engaged and involved in, both for the United States and for internationally. And if it happens internationally, it happens in the United States. That is our job. There is no higher calling than to save lives here and abroad. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could I inquire how much time I have left?
Gentleman has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, if we are going to invest funds overseas and here domestically, we should make sure that it projects our values. Another grant received funds through the Fogarty International Center in Ukraine, which we have seen billions of dollars squandered, using, and I quote, using latent class analysis to understand the role of layered stigma on engagement in care among HIV-positive women who use drugs in Ukraine. They have a battle going on. They have a war in Ukraine. We hear about it daily. But yet, the Fogarty Center is not going to try and figure out a way to bring those parties to the table to achieve peace. They want to find out about drugs being used by women who participate in the sex trade. I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining. Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman is recognized.
No, I'm sorry, did my time expire, Mr. Speaker?
It's 30 seconds.
Reserve, thank you.
Gentleman has the only time remaining. Gentleman yield back.
Oh, she's completed.
Yep.
She's done. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I did not know she had yielded back. Mr. Speaker, again, for this and many reasons, I hope that my colleagues can support this amendment. We need to protect our values overseas, and the Fogarty Center does not do so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272. offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to present an amendment that holds the key to accountability and transparency in the aftermath of the devastating COVID-19 pandemic. The amendment I'm proposing to the fiscal year 2024 Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Appropriations Bill targets a critical issue within the National Institutes of Health, NIH, Office of the Director. Specifically, it aims to reduce funding by $3,748,715. That is an amount equivalent to the grant awarded to the EcoHealth Alliance Incorporated for their research on understanding the risk of bat coronavirus emergence at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The gravity of the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be overstated. Lives were lost, businesses were shattered, and families torn apart. It's a collective responsibility to address the origins of this crisis. And my proposed amendment aligns with 3 fundamental principles that I've consistently emphasized while being in Congress. First, we must uncover the truth of the pandemic's origins. This shouldn't be a Republican or a Democrat thing. This is an American thing. Second, we must hold those involved responsible and accountable. And last, we must provide the American people with full transparency. After nearly 4 years of investigation, substantial evidence now points to the Wuhan Institute of Virology as the source of the COVID-19 virus. Disturbingly, it has come to light that the Wuhan lab conducted this research funded by the United States government. While the Department of Health and Human Services has taken action against the institution, it is evident that more must be done. The HHS Office of Inspector General released a report in January of this year, 2023, revealing that NIH failed to effectively monitor or address EcoHealth's compliance with certain requirements. Shockingly, the NIH only began investigating the Wuhan Institute's role in the pandemic at the outset of the crisis. This lack of foresight is unacceptable, especially considering the potential consequences of such research. Moreover, the investigation brought to life EcoHealth's delayed submission of a critical report containing evidence of a virus with enhanced growth, a report that should have been reported immediately. This is just one instance of the NIH's failure to exercise proper oversight. In light of these findings, it is imperative that we hold the NIH accountable for its shortcomings. The American people deserve an assurance that our agencies are performing their duties diligently and responsibly, especially when the consequences are as far-reaching as the global pandemic was. The HHS's report highlights a series of lapses in NIH monitoring and oversight. And given these documented failures, I strongly believe that NIH should face consequences for its role in the mishandling of funds and lack of oversight. Our amendment sends a clear message that we, as representatives of the American people, will not tolerate negligence that results in such catastrophic outcomes. In conclusion, let's come together to pass this crucial amendment, demonstrating our commitment to accountability, transparency, and the well-being of the American people. It's time to act decisively and ensure that our agencies fulfill their responsibilities to prevent future crises of this magnitude. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. Unfortunately, this amendment is nothing more than a political stunt. It would cut funding to the National Institutes of Health's Office of the Director as a penalty for a research grant awarded years ago. The grant awarded by NIH was subject to rigorous peer review and judged by reviewers to be a high priority due to the previous emergence of SARS-CoV in a bat population. The grant application did not propose research to enhance coronaviruses to be more transmissible or virulent in humans. NIH determined that the award did not involve research with enhanced potential pandemic pathogens. The bat coronavirus sequences under this grant award showed that the viruses studied at the Wuhan Institute of Virology under the NIH-funded grant were evolutionary, distant from SARS-CoV-2, and could not have been the source of SARS SARS-CoV-2. Essentially, this is a cut of $3.7 million as a penalty for funding research and thereby taking funds away from the NIH as well, which are sorely needed. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, how much time do I have?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. I won't take all that time. I disagree with my colleague from Connecticut. And look, I mean, the American people want the NIH to succeed. We need the NIH to succeed. But the American people are also saying, show us transparency. Tell us what's going on. When the government is trusted, then we can actually get results and do good things for the American people. But this is about trust. And in fact, $3.7 million, I think that's a small price to pay when it comes to the price that Americans paid. And so, yes, I urge this to be a bipartisan amendment, that we have transparency. And if you're on the side of the American people who deserve better from government agencies, this should be an easy amendment. And with that, I yield back and urge a yes vote.
Gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment is pretty simple. This would cut back on the spending for the office of the NIH director by more than $160 million to return us back to the fiscal year 19 funding level. This amendment ensures appropriate accountability for the NIH's recent failures while also advancing the urgent need for better fiscal responsibility of the House. When Republicans took over the majority, we promised to rein in inflation and governmental spending. We must do more than talk and start to act. The NIH resoundingly failed to do its due diligence to prevent gain-of-function research at Chinese labs, and this failure was fundamental to the existence of the virus that caused the pandemic. To date, there has been absolutely no accountability for these failures and others, and Congress would be failing its duty to ensure accountability by doing nothing and continuing this irresponsible funding to the NIH. We must stop Fauci's experimental process, start holding accountability, get research into finding out exactly what the leading cause was, and make sure that we have the necessary prevention. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment would cut funding by $160 million to the Office of the Director of the National Institutes of Health. During the time that I had the opportunity, for 4 years that I served as chair of this subcommittee, we increased funding for NIH research by $8.4 billion, an increase of 21% above the 2019 level. And I might add something I'm really extremely proud of. As chair and with Ranking Member Cole, we agreed on a bipartisan basis for the increases to the NIH. And I, again, feel very, very proud of the role I was able to play with my colleague in providing additional funding for life-saving research at the NIH, including research to develop cures or treatments for cancer, for Alzheimer's, ALS, diabetes, or the funding to develop a universal flu vaccine, or funding to ensure that women are represented in clinical trials. This amendment would undermine the progress that we made on a bipartisan basis over the last 4 years. And I urge my colleagues to please oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I appreciate the gentlelady for her acknowledgement that we have increased spending by $8.4 billion, of which some of that funding led to additional trillions of dollars in spending and thousands of lives lost as we funded things like the gain of function under Fauci, which led to the spread of COVID. Now, when you talk about the cut of $160 million, the only response that I can think of is, you're welcome. You're welcome to the American people for us saving money and for us actually doing our job to be fiscally responsible once again. You're welcome that we won't allow continuation of funding for gain of function that would lead to another pandemic as we saw across the world. And you're welcome that we are actually, in the Republican Party as the majority, taking a stand to stop the out-of-control and runaway spending that has been irresponsible and driving generations and generations into future debt. Mr. Chair, this is pretty simple. Without that funding, there probably would have been no pandemic. But unless we're going to get accountability and do the necessary research, I cannot continue to sponsor Fauci and NIH and their efforts to go ahead and spread and lead to another COVID. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I don't know if the gentleman knows this, and at another point, I will extol the virtues of Dr. Anthony Fauci and his scientific background and experience and what he has done to resolve issues of disease and cure in the United States of America and overseas. Maybe the gentleman doesn't know, but Dr. Fauci is no longer at the NIH, and it's unbelievably stunning to me that we're listening to someone talk about how COVID came out of the NIH. What happened to all your theories of other theories? This is really a conspiracy theory that we are generating here. For that reason, and probably for many, many other reasons, that have no basis in science or, quite frankly, in reality, I continue to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I always love how with the left and our colleagues on the left, they refer to every conspiracy as a conspiracy until it's found to be factual, which is 99% of the time. I'm also aware that Mr. Fauci is no longer there, and we are very thankful for that. However, his accountability on what he had done with helping to fund gain of function, which was actually something that led to the spread in the Wuhan virus, which was also in a partnership with China, is something that still needs accountability research and the necessary review within Congress. I am aware as well that we are continuing to spend at emergency COVID levels, and we need to get back to where we were before. This is simple mathematics. If emergency level spending is meant to be only during a time of emergency, then why do we continue to make that the new benchmark of spending moving forward? The whole point is that we would bring it back to the pre-COVID spending levels, which is what the American people are looking at, for us to be able to stop the irresponsible spending and actually get to what the root cause is, which is the U.S. Congress. So I hate to say it in this way, but the bottom line is that I will not continue to fund these types of things, and I urge my colleagues to support me in this. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut?
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentleman's amendment from Georgia, and the amendment is at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to urge all colleagues to support this amendment, which would provide for additional funding reductions for NIH. If we've learned nothing else from the executive branch's involvement and handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, at the very least, we learned just how corrupt and money-hungry the NIH as an organization truly is. It has been over 3.5 years since the initial COVID lockdowns, and the NIH continues to cover up and downplay its gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Earlier this year, the Inspector General's report found that between 2014 and 2021, the NIH did not adequately follow its policies with respect to three grants totaling about $8 million to the EcoHealth Alliance. And the EcoHealth Alliance had a relationship with the Wuhan Institute of Virology in which it sub-awarded $600,000 to research coronaviruses in the years leading up to the COVID-19 pandemic. NIH terminated the EcoHealth grant in April of 2020, then later reinstated it, only to suspend it again after setting conditions for resumption. The EcoHealth claimed it could not meet. The NIH permanently terminated the award in August 2022 for compliance issues, including the Wuhan Institute of Virology's failure to provide NIH with laboratory notebooks related to the funded experiments. But then again, in May of this year, the NIH reinstated grants to renew its, quote, collaborative research to understand the risk of bat coronavirus spillover emergence, end quote. Seriously? In addition, late last year, the NIH issued a new grant to EcoHealth Alliance for a project titled Analyzing the Potential for Future Bat Coronavirus Emergency in Myanmar, Laos, and Vietnam. The grant provides EcoHealth Alliance with $653,392 covering a period until August 31st, 2027. Why is an organization that failed to comply with reporting requirements continuing to receive more and more American tax dollars? Even more disturbing, earlier this year, the acting director of NIH, Dr. Tabak, testified before the House Appropriations Committee. I asked him whether gain-of-function research was conducted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and he responded, no. However, in an October 20th, 2021 letter to then Oversight and Reform Committee ranking member James Comer, the NIH admitted to funding gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the WIV. Ironically, Mr. Tabak authored this letter in which he stated that the, quote, limited experiment tested whether, quote, spike proteins from naturally occurring bat coronaviruses circulated in China were capable of binding to the human. ACE2 receptor in a mouse model. This is classic gain of function, and this is unacceptable. Americans deserve to know the truth, especially when their tax dollars are funding these dangerous practices. As if that were not enough evidence to justify a budget cut, the Biden administration has also inappropriately used the NIH as an extension of the president's radical, unethical policies. For instance, in April of 2021, the NIH reversed restrictions governing federal-funded research to allow the use of fetal tissue obtained from elective abortions. I am grateful the underlying bill includes several guardrails for fiscal year 24, such as prohibiting funding for unethical human embryo and aborted fetal tissue research, prohibiting any support to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and prohibiting gain-of-function research in an adversarial country. These are good provisions, but they are simply not enough. I also recognize that the underlying bill has reduced the NIH's funding by about 12.5%, but I strongly believe a larger cut is warranted if we want the NIH to realign its priorities with congressional intent. Not only would a larger budget cut force the NIH to eliminate irresponsible spending and research, but it would also send a strong message to the Biden administration that Congress does not approve the NIH's actions. Mr. Chair, my time has expired.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlewoman is
Mr. Chair.
recognized.
Okay. I guess I'm having trouble listening to a series of science deniers here this afternoon. That's really troubling. The amendment would cut funding to the National Institutes of Health by an additional $3.6 billion. The base bill already cuts NIH by $2.8 billion below what we are talking about in 2023, the 2023 numbers. So 2.8, another 3.6. I think there was another amendment that took additional money, which means that this amendment would bring the overall funding cut to the NIH of $6.4 billion at current funding levels. That would mean drastic cuts to life-saving research on cancer, on Alzheimer's disease, on ALS, on diabetes, on infectious diseases, and the list goes on and on and on. This amendment would cut funding to the National Cancer Institute by an additional $710 million. I'm a survivor, a 36-year survivor of ovarian cancer. I had the benefit of biomedical research. Why shouldn't other women have the benefit of biomedical research to save their lives, with ovarian cancer being one of the biggest killers of women in the nation? It would also cut funding to the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development by $175 million. It would cut funding to the National Institute on Aging by $441 million. Let's tell that to all of our elder Americans and the issues that they have as they age. And let's cut back that research. It would cut funding to the National Institute on Drug Abuse by $166 million. I continue to hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how upset they are about addiction and drug abuse and the increase of that, and what are we doing about it? Well, this research addresses that issue. And it would cut funding to the National Institute of Mental Health by $200 million. Do we not understand that we had a crisis in mental health in this country before the pandemic? And we are in a serious crisis with mental health at all ages post-pandemic. And we want to cut the money for the research for mental health? Put simply, this amendment would mean a drastic cut to scientific breakthroughs, cures to diseases, and life-saving treatments. Do you know that the United States has been the leader in the world? We have in health and advancement. We have the NIH, we have the CDC, we have the FDA. These are crown jewels in what the health is about in the United States and the cures here and abroad. Why would we want to roll back our advancements in health, science, and medical achievements? This does go backwards. I end, which I've said on in prior amendments, our job with these bills is to save lives, not to be engaged in political diatribes. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Harris of Maryland.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment to increase funding for Project BioShield from $820 million to $870 million, with the funds coming by taking money from the recurring expense fund for buildings and facilities at HHS. Now, Mr. Chairman, medical countermeasures are important. We know that the chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats are real in this world, and that there is no natural market incentive for private industry to invest in developing countermeasures, despite their critical importance to national security. That's exactly why Congress authorized Project BioShield almost 20 years ago in 2004, which incentivizes industry to invest in these products despite the fact that there is no natural market incentive. The program provides multi-year funding to support advanced research, clinical development, manufacturing, and procurement. BioShield responds to national security threats identified by the Department of Homeland Security's Material Threat Determination process. According to the Public Health Emergency Medical Countermeasure Enterprise, or FEMC, their multi-year budget, BARDA's Project BioShield would need $1.7 billion in fiscal year 2024 to develop and support the candidates in the smallpox, radiological, nuclear, broad-spectrum antimicrobials, Ebola, and chemical countermeasure portfolios. Now, that's in contrast to the $820 million that's in the underlying bill. Again, the experts have said we need $1.7 billion. Additionally, last year, the House included report language in the FY23 omnibus that asked BARDA to compile a procurement strategy for novel antimicrobials. BARDA then included this objective in their 5-year strategic plan, but of course, way underfunded. This amendment would allow them to move forward with these activities to provide additional funding, which could be used for the procurement of new antimicrobials. I urge all members to support this amendment, which again would increase funding for Project BioShield to $870 million. And I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment, but I want to just say a couple of things, because I'm a strong supporter of BioShield. And within the 23 budget, I might add, there's $850 million. And I'm for emergency preparedness. And the gentleman every year puts in requests for increases in that. And we put in increases every year for Project BioShield. But what I am concerned about, which I want to address, is that the $59 million cut. I think we should continue to increase every year money for Project BioShield. But the amendment cuts funding for the buildings and facilities at the NIH by $59 million. NIH currently has a backlog of nearly $4 billion in needed repairs. And during the 4 years that I served as chair of this subcommittee, we increased funding for NIH buildings and facilities account from $200 million in 2019 to $350 million in 2023 to begin to address the long-term backlog trying to be in a responsible way. This amendment would undermine the progress we've made. And I might add once again, this was a bipartisan basis over the last 4 years that we agreed to the increases in the NIH buildings and facilities account, as well as the increases in Project BioShield. Cutting funding for NIH's buildings and facilities would exacerbate the backlog of repairs, potentially affecting NIH's intramural research projects if laboratories and facilities are degraded. More importantly, this amendment demonstrates once again that overall funding in this bill is grossly insufficient. That's one of my biggest concerns about this bill. We need to properly fund Project BioShield and the National Institutes of Health. We should not be forced to choose between research facilities and emergency preparedness. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentlewoman reserves?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To pay for this, we take money from the NIH building and facilities. That's true. But, Mr. Chairman, you know that the way CBO works, we had to take it from that fund because we expect that money to be replaced from the non-recurring expense fund at HHS, which the CBO won't score as a savings, but they'll score it as a savings if you take it from NIH. Mr. Chair, I get it. Nobody understands how CBO works. It makes no sense. But that money could be backfilled easily because, Mr. Chair, that non-recurring expense fund at HHS, this is a slush fund there with $1.8 billion in it, unspent, with monies each year authorized in the bills to be rolled over to the next year. So there's $1.8 billion sitting at HHS. Mr. Chair, that money would be much better spent on countermeasures. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Chair, I will continue to oppose the amendment, but I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. How much time do I have?
Gentleman has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, the dangers in the world are immense. China, North Korea, both obviously nuclear and non-conventional weapons threats. We're looking at a war in Israel right now with the possibility that Iran could make a dirty bomb, nuclear threats. We need countermeasures. We need to spend money on countermeasures just like we're spending $880 billion over on what I call kinetic defense. We need to spend money on non-kinetic defense. One of the things we need to do is fund Project BioShield because that's where we develop these countermeasures. So, Mr. Chair, I urge adoption of this amendment. It would take $59 million. HHS would transfer out of a $1.8 billion fund that they have unspent and use that money for countermeasures. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 39, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 39, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-272, offered by Mr. Harris of Maryland.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, similar to the last one, takes money from the NIH Buildings and Facilities Funds, which can, under authorization of law, be transferred back from HHS's non-recurring expense fund, and transfers $100 million of that to the Strategic National Stockpile. Now, the Strategic National Stockpile is the only program dedicated to having civilian medical countermeasures on hand to respond to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats that may occur on U.S. soil. From what we're seeing in Israel now to the current Marburg virus outbreak in Equatorial Guinea, these threats are real and growing. Again, according to the FEMC multi-year budget, in fiscal year 2024, the stockpile would need $1.96, almost $2 billion to meet current stockpiling needs. And yet, in the bill is less than $1 billion. Now, the sharp increase is largely due, the sharp increase that they feel is necessary, again, these are the experts in these countermeasures, is largely due to needed investment in the anthrax, Ebola, and smallpox portfolios. When we underfund that stockpile, risky decisions have to be made. A prior annual review proposed reducing anthrax vaccine and antibiotic holdings. This amendment provides funds which will help meet the goals that have been identified by these experts. I appreciate the Appropriations Committee including my requested report language directing the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Readiness in coordination with the intelligence community to provide annual classified threat briefings to the members of Congress. I urge all members to support this amendment, which is vital to our national security, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As with the prior amendment, I support the national stockpile very strongly. And I might say, so I strongly support it, so I don't oppose it. And as chair of the subcommittee in the past, I have increased funding on a yearly basis for the stockpile. And I know that the gentleman has made requests for increases, and we have met those increases with regard to the stockpile. The question, once again, for me is cutting the buildings and facilities at the NIH by $119 million. Again, I will repeat this. NIH has a backlog of nearly $4 billion in needed repairs. The 4 years that I served on the subcommittee as chair, we increased the NIH's building and facilities account from $200 million in 2019 to $350 in 2023 to begin to address the backlog and build up in a responsible way. I might add, particularly proud if we did this on a bipartisan basis. And we've done that over the last 4 years, and recognizing the gentleman's concerns in this area and responding in a positive way to the increases that have been requested. Again, cutting the funding for NIH buildings and facilities exacerbates the backlog of repairs. It affects their intramural research projects if the laboratories and the facilities are in disrepair. And more importantly, again, as I said just a few moments ago, the amendment demonstrates that overall funding in this bill is so grossly insufficient. And I know that there are some who want to cut it even further. So you begin to deal with robbing Peter to pay Paul here. But we need to properly fund the Strategic National Stockpile. We need to. That is in our national interest and the National Institutes of Health. But it's my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are always telling me that we have hard choices to make, that we do have to make choices. And we do. I would say, but we should not have to force to choose between research facilities and emergency preparedness. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe that we should starve the bill and then, for the issues that may be critically important, take money from another critically important bill or program. Let us fund this bill with where it should be to meet the needs of Project BioShield, the national stockpile, as well as allowing the NIH to be able to have the laboratories in good repair, the buildings in good repair, so that our scientists can perform in an environment which only allows them to be more creative, more innovative, and do more about the discovery to cure. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Does the gentlelady reserve or yield?
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, I agree with the gentlelady from Connecticut when she said we need to fund the SNS. That's the bottom line. Mr. Chair, you read the Constitution like I read it. National defense is one of the things outlined for Congress in the Constitution. We don't have adequate defense stockpiles in the Strategic National Stockpile. Well, let's take smallpox, for example. We had 200 million doses back in 2018. A lot of those have expired. The bottom line is anthrax has a 30% mortality rate. We need a vaccine for every American, everyone living in the United States. It's that simple. Because anthrax, Mr. Chair, is not something you got to develop in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. God knows they can develop dangerous weaponry. It can be stolen from somewhere and duplicated. It doesn't take a first world country to be an anthrax threat. Now, with regards to the buildings at NIH, as I explained before, Mr. Chair, there is a $1.8 billion, I'll call a building slush fund over at HHS. They have accumulated $1.8 billion in what they call their non-recurring expense fund. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm going to remind you, because of Biden economics and a 5% interest rate, that's $90 million a year we're paying on interest on their slush fund. Mr. Chair, what I'm proposing is we take the money out of NIH, and I'll join with the lady from Connecticut writing a letter to Secretary Becerra asking him to backfill that money from his slush fund. Enough with slush funds, $22 billion in commerce, the Commodity Credit Corp and USDA, $1.8 billion slush fund, non-recurring expense fund in HHS. Mr. Chairman, we can't afford it. But we also can't afford to be without a strategic national stockpile. We need to make sure that we have the antimicrobials, we have the vaccines in there that are necessary to protect against the next threat from China, North Korea, Russia, or Iran. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise today to speak in support of my amendment, which will allow states to build or maintain their own medical stockpiles and encourage regional coordination of those stockpiles. Over the past few years, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed vulnerabilities in our strategic national stockpile, leading to shortage of critical drugs, vaccines, and medical supplies. We all remember the scramble among states and the federal government for limited supplies of diagnostics, PPE, treatments, and other critical medical countermeasures. And each state had different priorities and needs. While one needed ventilators, another needed masks. In my home state of Georgia, healthcare providers and patients struggled to access critical medical supplies and personal protective equipment.
That's why it's important to not only ensure that the strategic national stockpile is robust, but also to provide ways for states to stockpile treatments and products for their specific needs. To be clear, this amendment would supplement, not replace, the federal strategic national stockpile. This amendment would empower states to build and maintain their own medical stockpiles so they can respond quickly to emerging infectious diseases in the future. That is why I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment before us here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment would direct $15 million from the Strategic National Stockpile to allow states to build or maintain their own medical stockpile. The 2023 appropriation bill authorized a demonstration program for state strategic national stockpiles, but did not include funding. This amendment would reduce funding for the federal strategic national stockpile to support state efforts. We have one amendment that wants to go to $100 million, one who wants to take $15 million away from the national stockpile. It's important to note that the authorization specifically stated that authorized funds were intended to supplement rather than supplant the maintenance and use of the federal strategic national stockpile. Redirecting SNS funds, as this amendment does, is in conflict with the intended purpose of the law. We are not adding on to, we are taking away from and moving someplace else. I would suggest that with regard to our public health, our national security, through these efforts, that what we should do is to focus in on dealing with public health infrastructure in the strongest possible way. And that means making the investments in data modernization and data collection. We probably should have, there ought to be the authority to report data that the CDC should have to get this information so we know what's happening in real time. But we ought to take a look at the state laboratories and look at how we are supporting state laboratories, which many crashed, and the whole infrastructure during COVID, public health infrastructure nearly crashed. So this amendment is in conflict with the intended purpose of the law, and once again, it takes money rather than adding to, it is leaving it, they're intended to supplement, but what it does, it supplants. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in response, I would just say that this is simply to supplement the national strategic stockpiles. It is not to replace them. It is not to do anything but give the states the opportunity to have their own stockpiles. This is not a cookie-cutter type situation that you can have here. Different states have different needs. We all understand that, and this is what that addresses. Mr. Chair, this is a common sense bill, a common sense amendment, and I would ask and encourage my colleagues to vote in favor, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I stand in opposition, continued opposition to the amendment. It is hard to fathom the logic of supplanting versus supplementing. If you're taking money from the stockpile, you are taking away the funds that are there, but you're not adding funds to what they already have. So, in fact, you are taking money from the SNS for this other effort, which is contrary to what the law states. And I agree, different states have different, needs, etc. That's why I think that what you ought to do is to buttress what we're doing in state laboratories, dealing with data modernization, to make our public health infrastructure as strong as possible. This really takes money away from the SNS. In that case, I oppose it and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor signify by stating aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I ask for my colleagues' support for my amendment to cut $28 million from this bill and contribute that money to paying down our deficit. My amendment takes the funds from the allocation to minority AIDS prevention. The targeted $28 million is actually a small fraction of what Americans pay in research and prevention of AIDS. According to HIV.gov, we spend $28 billion, 1,000 times this targeted amount, on the domestic response to HIV/AIDS this year. The government approach to tackling HIV/AIDS encompasses 5 agencies and countless offices within those agencies. Our Housing and Urban Development Department, our Justice Department, our Defense Department might surprise folks to know that all of them spent money to combat AIDS last year. In fact, there's at least a dozen programs focused on AIDS, and the more you look into it, the more it represents the typical bloated, ineffective government spending. My amendment targets, again, 0.1% of those funds that are racially focused, because once again, we are dividing people in our research based on race, which does nothing to help all Americans. Race can be a contributing factor in health outcomes, but that doesn't mean it needs special funding. If a disease disproportionately impacts a certain group, that will come out in the research, and that group will be benefited more specifically from the program. The funds themselves should not be allocated based on race, but allocated based on need. I hope my colleagues will join me in reducing a small amount of spending for an issue that our government already spends billions upon. If members are bold enough to, for once, cut spending, we can contribute to reducing our deficit, and that's an issue that actually helps all Americans regardless of race, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment would cut $28 million from the Department of Health and Human Services for the purposes of eliminating the Minority HIV/AIDS Prevention Initiative. How far my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have come from the vision of George Bush and his PEPFAR initiative. The underlying bill already cuts funding for the Minority HIV/AIDS Prevention Initiative by more than 50%. We have cut it already in this bill by 50%, from its current level of funding level of $60 million to a proposed funding level of only $28 million. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. In the explanatory materials the Republican majority posted online to accompany the Labor HHS Education Appropriations Bill, the majority acknowledges, and I quote, "the critical role that Minority AIDS Initiative plays in our long-standing efforts to eliminate HIV and address the disproportionate disease burden that racial minority communities face." That's in the explanatory materials, and that's true. The Minority HIV/AIDS Prevention Initiative supports HIV prevention as well as treatment in minority communities to help address that disparity. But while we have made significant advances in recent decades against the HIV epidemic, it continues to be a crisis in many racial and ethnic minority communities. Almost 3 out of 4 new HIV diagnoses are among racial and ethnic minorities. This amendment to eliminate funding for the Minority HIV/AIDS Prevention Initiative would take us back to a time when the federal government turned a blind eye to the spread of HIV, especially in minority communities. Let me be clear, not only is this amendment unacceptable, but the funding cut of more than 50% in the base bill is unacceptable. When we go to conference with the Senate, after this House bill goes up in flames, I will ensure that these disastrous funding cuts are not included in the final bill. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd reiterate there's over a dozen agencies that focus on this issue, and this amendment reduces by 0.1% the amount that is allocated towards AIDS research and prevention in our country today. And this is the portion that is race-based, which, of course, my friends across the aisle cannot tolerate any reduction or elimination of any program that is race-based because their policies seek to divide the country. This $28 million may seem like a drop in the bucket from what does need to be cut from our federal spending, but this is a start. And so I urge my colleagues to support ensuring funding allocation that's based on need, not based on race, and to vote in favor of this amendment. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue to oppose this amendment, but I also might add, if you take the base bill, which my Republican colleagues have come forward with it, which is really unacceptable, the base bill ends the HIV initiative. Let me just say this. These are programs that have been eliminated. It eliminates the HIV initiative here. So, and what this bill would further cut the opportunity for treating AIDS in the minority community. What is going on here? That we have not moving toward ending the HIV epidemic? We are close to it, which is why we dealt with this initiative on a bipartisan basis over the last 4 years. This, once again, is my colleagues turning their backs on saving people's lives. What more important effort should we be involved in this Congress? I oppose this amendment and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the opportunity today to stop treating people differently based on race and to cut our spending together in one amendment. And I urge passage of it, and I support of it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purposes, gentlelady from Connecticut?
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from It is now in order to consider amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that transfers funds from government bureaucracy to charter school grants. As a mom raising 4 boys, I understand that families across this country want the best education possible for their children. One size does not fit all when it comes to education and our nation's youth, and education matters are best handled at the state, local, and especially family levels. Charter schools are an important part of the public education landscape because they empower parents to choose a high-quality educational environment for their child regardless of income or zip code. The unique educational experience of attending charter schools ensures more children have a chance to achieve the American dream. During the first 2 full school years of COVID, nearly 240,000 additional students enrolled in public charter schools. Charter schools were the only sector of public education to grow during the COVID lockdowns. They also serve our nation's marginalized children. A 2021 analysis of research on charter school effects and competitive influence by the National Bureau of Economic Research highlighted trends from 3 decades of research on charter schools. They found that charter schools boost student test scores, particularly for Black, Hispanic, and low-income students, and that attending charter schools increases college enrollment and civic engagement. The competitive impact of charter schools on traditional public schools suggests a beneficial influence on neighboring schools' student achievement. The charter school program is the only program at the Department of Education that supports school choice and allows parents to place their children in a school that works for their unique needs. Parents know how to raise their children better than government bureaucrats and teachers' unions. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that transfers funds from the government bureaucracy to charter school grants. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment because for me what this amendment does, it continues that road that's been laid out in this labor HH bill that where the Republicans, where the majority is moving to really eliminate public education in the United States. This bill decimates public education by cutting the Department of Education by $22.5 billion, 28%. It seeks to plus up one of the only education programs that received an increase, the charter schools program. They increased it in this bill, cut everything else in public education. We have had some spirited discussions about charter schools on the Labor HHS subcommittee, and there are certainly some differences of opinion around the role that they should play in our public education system and whether they have historically received appropriate oversight by the Department of Education. But for the charter school program, which provides seed money to open new charter schools around the country, we should be in agreement on one point. This program has far more money than the Department of Education knows what to do with. In 2019, months after Secretary DeVos pleaded with our subcommittee for a $60 million increase to the charter schools program, the department approached us with warnings that demand for funding was low. Sure enough, before the end of the year, the department was unable to use the full appropriation and transferred $12 million to other education accounts. That was almost 3% of the program's appropriation. In addition, over the years, our committee discussed issues raised by the Inspector General, including findings that states have mismanaged charter school closures and that the department failed to provide any adequate guidance or oversight on the issue. And I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they want oversight. And that is why we need to continue our oversight of the charter school program with respect to accountability and transparency and success. Many open, many close. And many take people, and then they disgorge people. I'll support charter schools, but not at the risk of eliminating public education in this country, which is one of the issues that is on the agenda of the Republican majority in this Labor H bill. This amendment provides a wasteful increase that would be better directed at restoring some of the underlying bill's disastrous cuts. Let's take a look at those cuts that are disastrous in education. Let's make sure that we are supporting Title I. Let's make sure that we are supporting the development of teachers. Let's make sure that we are looking at promised neighborhoods. Let's make sure that we're dealing with social and emotional learning of our kids, instead of plussing up a program that has enough money to make it and has not had the kind of oversight it needs in order to make sure that it is doing its job. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind folks that I also have an amendment to add funding to the IG's account, and this amendment takes no funds from public school. This is simply giving more choice to families throughout our nation. Transparency is good, and the argument that we just heard was not so good. Parents know how to raise their children better than government bureaucrats, better than politicians. We certainly experienced that during the COVID lockdowns with all the restrictions that we saw to our children's education, the educational experiences that they have lost through those 2 years, or some schools more, of the COVID lockdowns. It was a travesty, and I cannot reiterate enough that parents know how to raise their children better than politicians, better than bureaucrats, better than teachers' unions. We want to strengthen the charter school program, and that's what this amendment does, and I urge adoption. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue my opposition of this amendment, and as I understand it, this is an increase for the Inspector General. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, the Inspector General has done intensive investigation of the charter school movement, and they have findings that the states mismanaged charter school closures and the department failed to provide adequate guidance or oversight on this issue. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor signify by stating aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. She's letting it go. She's got to perform. This is a gentlewoman from Connecticut. Seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. This bill perhaps won't pass this House. It certainly will not pass the Senate. and it will not see the light of day in the President's desk. So we spend our time here arguing a bill that violates the agreement made by 314 of us in this body. 165 Democrats and 149 Republicans. A majority of both parties said we're going to have a funding level, otherwise known in our jargon as a 302A number, and we will mark to that number, and the Senate will mark to that number, and we'll be able to get a bill. And we have not done that, nor is there any intention to do that, because compromise is out of the question and confrontation is the order of the day. But I do not rise solely to talk about this labor health bill. I rise because I just came from a rally. It was an American rally on behalf of Israel, on behalf of the people of Israel, and in opposition to terror, murder, genocide, and the willingness of some to claim the destruction of Israel and its people are their objective. And yet, what do we do here in the House of Representatives? We sound an uncertain trumpet. If the Speaker, Speaker Johnson, who spoke at the rally today in support of Israel, would bring that bill to the floor to help fund that effort, it would pass with over 400 votes. And yet it lies slumbering somewhere between the House and the Senate, and the Senate won't consider it. In addition, we are here disagreeing, but disagreeing peacefully. Unfortunately, the citizens of Ukraine do not have that luxury. They stand, they fight for freedom, for democracy, against the Russian criminal attack on a free and sovereign nation. And what do? We argue about a bill that is going nowhere. Another uncertain trumpet of our conviction that the defense of democracy and freedom is worthy of our votes. 400 votes for Israel, over 300 votes for Ukraine, and it does not come to the floor. How strong a voice does America send to not only our enemies but to our allies as to our commitment to democracy, to freedom, to international law? How muddled our voice seems to be on the international scene. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope you bring those two bills to the floor, not as a political deal, not as a tit for tat, but as a statement of America that we stand for those who fight for freedom and democracy and a world of law. Bring those bills to the floor. We've already voted 8 or 9 times on Ukraine, 300 votes, every vote. And Israel, over 400 votes. Please do that, Mr. Speaker. Please do it for our own ideals. Do it for the defense of democracy and freedom and survival in Israel, and freedom and democracy and sovereignty in Ukraine. America ought to do no less. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 62, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 684, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that transfers funds from the Department of Education bureaucracy to support the Rural Education Achievement Program, REAP. Most of the country's poorest counties are rural and are often disconnected from the nonprofits and social service agencies that fill the gaps in urban and suburban schools. After decades of population loss and divestment by state governments, many rural communities are struggling to keep up when it comes to educating our children and being forced to close. When these schools close, children are forced to travel additional hours to get to school. Closures and consolidations also force teachers, administrators, and educators out of their jobs. Yet America has continued to turn a blind eye, leaving our rural communities helpless. More than 9.3 million children attend rural schools. This makes up nearly 1/5 of public school students across the country. Rural children had an especially hard time keeping up with Democrats and their shutdowns in our schools for 2 years and required students to learn via Zoom. Many of our children in rural communities don't have access to internet, and some don't even have cell phone service. They deserve better than this. The rural education program initiatives are designed to help rural districts that may lack the personnel resource to compete effectively for competitive federal grants. There are 2 dedicated programs funded by this account that aim to assist rural school districts with improving teaching and learning in their schools, with improving teaching and learning in their schools. The Small Rural Schools Achievement Program provides funds to rural districts that serve a small number of students. The Rural and Low-Income Schools programs provides funds to rural districts that serve concentrations of poor students, regardless of the number of students served by the district. Our children deserve a proper education, no matter what their zip code is, and it is our duty to build a better future for them. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that transfers funds from the Department of Education bureaucracy to the Rural Education Achievement Program. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing one, the gentlelady from Colorado is again recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 118272. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment on behalf of the thousands of Native Americans who deserve a quality education that respects their culture, history, and identity. These students face unique challenges and opportunities in their communities, and they need our support to achieve their full potential. The federal government has a trust responsibility to provide educational services to tribes and their members, as established by treaties, statutes, and court decisions. However, for far too long, This responsibility has been neglected and underfunded, resulting in poor outcomes and inequities for Native students. According to the Office of Indian Education, there are 183 Bureau-funded elementary and secondary schools located on 64 reservations in 23 states, serving approximately 42,000 Native students. These schools are often in remote and rural areas with limited access to resources, technology, and qualified teachers. Many of these schools are also in dire need of repair and renovation, posing health and safety risks to students and staff. Mr. Chair, I believe that education is the key to empowering opportunity and prosperity for all Americans. I also believe that we have a moral and legal obligation to honor our commitments to tribes and their members and to respect their sovereignty and self-determination. By redirecting wasteful spending in this bill to Native Americans' education, we can make a difference in the lives of Native students and in the strength and resilience of tribal communities. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to transfer funds from the Department of Education bureaucracy to the Indian Education account. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Colorado.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report 118272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment that would cut funding for the Student Financial Assistance account by $9.25 billion. The Student Financial Assistance account is being funded at $22 billion for FY24. This account provides funding for grants, loans, and other financial assistance to students who choose to pursue higher education, but the federal government's subsidization of higher education costs for individuals has actually created perverse incentives for higher education institutions to raise prices for all students and prospective students. This is a spiral and cycle that has been going on for decades. A 2017 study from the Federal Reserve found the average tuition increase associated with expansion of student loans is as much as 60 cents per dollar. Federal student loan subsidies don't help students with the cost of higher education. These subsidies actually result in increased costs for higher education, tuition, fees, and expenses. With the federal government bearing the brunt of student loans, colleges are guaranteed to get the funding they ask for at the expense of the American taxpayer. This is a cycle that only leads to higher spending each fiscal year. Cutting funding for this program would claw back billions that could be diverted to lowering the national debt and the financial burden on the taxpayer. The federal government should not have a place in the monetary affairs of its private citizens. That is a matter for private banks, colleges, and students. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Make no mistake, this amendment will result in fewer students receiving Pell Grants and will cut the maximum Pell Grant award for 6.4 million students who use federal student aid to pay to get a college education. A cut of $9.25 billion will leave the program with a shortfall of $875 million in 2024. Under special scoring rules for the Pell Grant program passed by Congress nearly 2 decades ago, Congress cannot provide less funding than required under current estimates by the Congressional Budget Office. This cuts a Pell Grant to every single Pell recipient. If this amendment passes, the Pell Grant program would have less funding than required to sustain the current maximum award and existing eligibility parameters. Faced with this reality, House Republicans will have two choices: cut the Pell Grant maximum award or kick students out of the Pell Grant program. At a time when students and families are struggling to cover rising college costs, it was already unconscionable that House Republicans would eliminate federal work study for 660,000 students and eliminate the supplemental education opportunity grants for another 1.7 million students nationwide. It was already cruel when House Republicans offered no relief to rising college costs by freezing the maximum Pell Grant for the first time in 12 years. But if this amendment passes, House Republicans will go one step further by cutting the maximum Pell Grant or kicking students out of the program. This is truly a new low. Does anyone in this chamber remember Senator Claiborne Pell? I remember him. Claiborne Pell was from Rhode Island to the manor born, affluent, but he had a vision. He understood that the sons and daughters of working men and women, of middle-class families, of vulnerable families, had a right to an education just as every rich person in this country does. And therefore, he created this program, the Pell Grant Program. If my colleagues on the other side pass this amendment, then in fact, they are on that road that I have said over and over and over again is eliminating public education in the United States of America, eliminating opportunity for people to succeed in this country. Why would you want a legacy or a legend that follows you with that kind of effort? The United States is a land of opportunity. It should be, particularly where it comes to education for our children. It is the way to the future. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this misguided amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. As it stands today, Americans owe over $1.7 trillion in student loan debt, more than 5% of the nation's total $33 trillion debt. The annual cost of attendance for a student living on campus at a public four-year state institution is $26,000 or over $104,000 for a four-year degree. Out-of-state students pay $27,000 or over $108,000. Private nonprofit university students pay $55,000 or more than $225,000. You know what's new low? You know what's cruel? You know what's unconscionable? It's sending kids out with worthless degrees with debt that they can never sustain. It's a new low to oppose something like this because you know what's driven this? It is the exponential growth of children and kids who are coming up who cannot afford education because your grants, your continued giving of taxpayer funding to the universities has actually increased the number of people who have to get assistance. Why? Because tuition has spiked. It's growing multiples of the inflation rate. That's what's cruel. That's what's unconscionable. I reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman reserves. I recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Chair, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman recognizes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment and the underlying bill. The House Republicans' partisan bill is an attack on students, workers, and families. For 2024, the bill would cut close to $64 billion, roughly 28% from the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and related agencies. For the last time it was this low was in 2008. Inequity in America's education system persists. Significant funding disparities among neighboring schools continue to deprive students of equal access to quality education, and this bill cuts Title I, but significantly. Moreover, the bill cuts other programs, like completely eliminating the federal work study that allows students to work their way through college, the teacher quality partnership, Job Corps, completely eliminated. There are essential programs that workers in our districts rely on, and the House Republicans, if this becomes law, those programs would be eliminated, and this amendment would cut federal student aid, making it more likely that they would have to take out student loans. The underlying bill is bad enough. It's the first time in over a decade that the Pell Grant wouldn't increase. And so also in our nation is facing a disturbing child labor law violations, and House Republicans are slashing the OSHA budget. And despite actively negotiating bipartisan reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, we're proposing cuts in adult and youth job training programs. Finally, the bill is an insult to families. It cuts Head Start programs so drastically. If this bill were to become law, 50,000 children would lose access to child care. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we oppose the amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. What's driving the increased cost of tuition? Well, most of that is because of the bureaucratization of academia. That drives costs higher every year. Let's go back to that 2017 study from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The average tuition increase is associated with expansion of student loans is 60 cents for every dollar. So when your tuition's going up $1, 60 cents of it is because of expansion of student loan programs. The Biden administration's efforts to eliminate student loan debt is wrong. Wrong because they force everyday Americans to pay for the student loans taken out by others, and wrong because they double down on a failed public policy that incentivizes price increases. You incentivize tuition to go up. Why would a university ever reduce its tuition or its costs? They know that they've got the federal government to backstop every student who wants to go in. The way to curb the rise in both college tuition and student debt is to get the federal government out of the student loan business. The result will bring about more fiscally responsible citizens and a more fiscally responsible federal government, and this would make the loan market more responsible and cause colleges to rein in their costs, reduce tuition, fewer students would need Pell Grants or private aid. Private lending would also limit taxpayers' exposure to billions of dollars in student loan defaults. Did I say billions? I meant to say trillions, because that's where we sit. Now I want to respond. How much time we got left? A little bit of time left to the cynical statement by the previous speaker who was talking about aid to Israel. We passed aid to Israel by a 226 to 196 vote. How did that happen? 196 of my friends across the aisle did not want to provide aid to Israel at that circumstance. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge people to adopt this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Gentleman from Alabama.
It is okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak in support of my amendment that would strike funding for the Student Aid Administration. The Student Aid Administration provides funding for the government to administer student financial assistance programs, including funding for the office responsible for ensuring accountability for higher education institutions who receive federal dollars. Unfortunately, under this administration, this regime, the Department of Education has developed a pattern of attacking large higher education institutions that have a religious affiliation. I will give you two of these today. The Department of Education has repeatedly gone after Grand Canyon University, the largest private Christian university in the country. The Department of Education levied a $37.7 million fine. This is the largest fine in the department's history. GCU was a nonprofit from its inception in 1949 until 2004, when they partnered with private investors in order to avoid closing. In 2018, GCU returned to its nonprofit status and is recognized by the IRS, the Higher Learning Commission, the State of Arizona, Arizona Private Post-Secondary Board, and the NCAA. However, despite all this, the Department of Education has refused to acknowledge GCU's nonprofit status for purposes of federal student financial aid. By not acknowledging GCU's nonprofit status, the Department of Education is able to target GCU as a, quote, bad actor due to the disproportionate number of Americans who attend those schools and the default on federal student loans, close quote. However, GCU provides much higher levels of transparency than are legally required, and it is considered a leader in education transparency. The Department of Education, for instance, only requires universities to provide cost estimates for the first year in college, for first-year, first-time students, and only for undergraduate programs. But GCU goes beyond these requirements by providing cost estimates for each year of the program study and for all of its degree programs, including the doctoral level. Rather than applaud what GCU has done, the department has attacked them, making this fine the more troubling. The Department of Education is trying to make the claim that GCU lied to students about the cost to attend doctorate programs, but that is inaccurate. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chair. One more amendment on the road to eliminating public education in the United States of America. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I'm shocked by this amendment's intent to eliminate all funding to the Department of Education's Office of Federal Student Aid. What will this mean for the 17.5 million students who need to fill out a free application for federal student aid, the FAFSA? What will this mean for the 6.4 million students who rely on Pell Grants to pay for college? What will this mean for nearly 43 million individuals, 1 in 6 adult Americans, who are working to repay their federal student loans? Make no mistake, this amendment signals an intent to destroy post-secondary education in this country. The House Republican Labor HHS education bill already follows through on the other side's intent to break and dismantle public and post-secondary education for American students and families. This amendment just takes that destruction to another level. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. GCU's degree program calculator provides the total estimated cost for a 60-credit doctoral program the exact same way it does for other degree programs. That's not required under the Department of Education, but the Department of Education still goes after them. GCU, in its effort for clear transparency, in red print above the calculator makes clear both the average number of continuation courses and cost per continuation course that students may need to complete a doctoral dissertation. Department of Ed even acknowledges that GCU provides this disclosure, but nonetheless continues to go after them. GCU graduates are incurring less debt than the national average due to its affordable tuition rates, and still the Department of Ed goes after them. A GAO report found that 91% of American colleges have misleading information in their financial aid offers, but GCU is the only nonprofit university being attacked from the Department of Education. But at the same time, Liberty University is being threatened with a similar $37 million fine by the Department of Education, alleging Clery Act violations based on a preliminary report in May of this year. Liberty University has fully cooperated with the department's investigation and found the department made significant errors, misstatements, and unsupported conclusions in their findings. Why is Liberty University getting threatened with what would be another $37 million fine from the Department of Education when they're fully cooperating? Well, what's happening is these two big universities are affiliated. They are two of the largest Christian universities in America. Is that why they're being attacked by this Department of Education? It certainly seems to be the case. Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we know that the most effective way for young people to get into the middle class is with an education. Those that without an education are going to have challenges, and if whatever station of life you come from, if you get a good education, you've got a good shot at the American dream. When President Johnson signed the Higher Education Act back in 1965, he said that essentially any student in any state could apply to any college or university and not be turned away because the family is poor. This amendment essentially eliminates that powerful promise. What is the vision for administering the opportunity to get an education? How are you going to get a Pell Grant if you don't have anywhere to apply? How are you going to administer student loans? This just eliminates the opportunity for young people to get the education they deserve. I would hope that we would not adopt this amendment, and in fact not even adopt the underlying bill. We need to make sure those opportunities are there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask my friends, do you support attacks on private Christian universities by the Department of Education and the very department that I'm trying to defund? When you talk about the American dream, student loan debt is crushing graduates, which is why when you look at polling, it indicates very clearly that young graduates do not believe they will attain the American dream that their parents had access to. They're coming out with crushing student debt at the same time that that same department is trying to crush very fine universities. I urge the adoption of my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Can the chair tell me how much time I have left on this amendment?
2 1/4 minutes.
Ah, okay. Am I to understand that the gentleman is talking about here cutting? He wants to cut and he wants to privatize higher education. He wants to send students to the for-profit colleges where there is a raft of information about how they are harming college students. And he wants to provide funding for the for-profit online program management companies. Profiteers. That's who these folks are. It's everywhere. We know it. The data is rife with how they have created terrible situations for young people, and either those who are older, by shutting down, leaving these people leaving them with the bill about not providing a credential so that people can get jobs. They are a menace on our education system. And the gentleman here, as I understand it, will cut the Department of Education's Office of Federal Student Aid in order to be able to support a for-profit, an online for-profit industry that is bilking America's students and in many instances, America's veterans. It is really pretty incredible of the direction that the majority will go in destroying public education in this country. Sir?
Take my remarks
No,
and let's read them back.
This is my time.
Well, I'm happy to. Will you yield?
No, I am not yielding to you.
Will you yield on?
No yielding to you. None.
The gentlelady does control the time.
Thank you. How much time do I have left?
15 seconds.
Well, in that 15 seconds, I will repeat what I said. We are looking at something that is scurrilous, supporting institutions that have been putting our students and our veterans at great risk. Oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I rise for the purpose of demanding a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlelady from this amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272. For what purpose does the gentleman of Arizona rise?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman recognizes the chair from Arizona. Gentleman from Arizona. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I'm elevating you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to respond to the scurrilous comments made in the last statement. Nothing in my amendment addressed online, for-profit, private colleges, post-secondary. That was a deliberate mischaracterization of what I said, because the two universities I talked to are both non-profit universities, recognized as post-secondary education institutions. One, the GCU, recognized by the IRS, nonprofit, Higher Learning Commission, State of Arizona, Arizona Private Post-Secondary Board, and Liberty, equal in their classification. To say what was said for 2.5 minutes, to actually misdirect and try to misattribute my purpose, was an ascribing of motivations which should have been taken down. Mr. Chairman, I rise now to speak in support of my amendment that would strike funding for the higher education account. It appropriates over $2.7 billion. This account provides appropriations for grant programs that provide direct taxpayer support to higher education institutions. The effect of government subsidy and control has been more damaging than anyone has yet realized. Coupled with student assistance programs, direct government assistance to institutions has led to increased education costs and administrative load. Let's think of it. College costs are out of control. At Harvard, total cost of attending for 4 years is now around $300,000. College costs have risen to this level because D.C. is heavily subsidizing tuition through federal grants and loans, leaving colleges and universities free to increase their prices because they know the federal government is going to pick up the tab in between. In FY23, we enacted a level of $2.994 billion, $600 million more than FY19. With that, I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition?
Yes.
For what
Yes,
purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Just as a point of reference, Grand Canyon is online and nonprofit in name only. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I am shocked by this amendment's intent to eliminate all federal education funding for historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, and minority-serving institutions. It's staggering, truly staggering. $400 million for HBCUs eliminated. $228 million for Hispanic serving institutions, eliminated. 100 for historically black graduate institutions, eliminated. 52 million for tribal colleges and universities, eliminated. Public education, eliminated. This colossal cut also eliminates countless other programs that help students access a post-secondary education and receive expanded economic opportunities. $1.2 trillion for the federal TRIO program, eliminated. How far we have come. I've been on this Appropriations Committee for almost 28 years, and I've been on the Labor HH Subcommittee, and I can remember my Republican colleague, Ralph Regula. Some of my colleagues on the other side will remember Ralph. No bigger supporter of the TRIO program or for the Gear Up program. Understood the relevance of these economic and educational opportunities for youngsters. Not just Ralph Regula. I can go down the line in a bipartisan way of individuals who have supported the TRIO program. It's eliminated. $388 million for the federal Gear Up program, eliminated. Once again, the House Republican goal in this bill is crystal clear. Destroy post-secondary education opportunity for students and for families nationwide. This amendment makes that goal explicit. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a shame that people make aspersions on the floor when they don't know anything about a subject. So I think of Grand Canyon University and the 35,000 students on campus on a physical plant in Phoenix, Arizona. And I just heard that they're an online school. Go tell those people who commute or live in the dorms in one of the fastest growing physical plant campuses in the country. It's like saying University of Arizona is an online school with their 35,000 students because they have an online program where you can get a bachelor's degree without ever setting foot on campus, or ASU, or BYU, or any of hundreds of other campuses. How can you misdirect and try to attack an amendment when you simply don't know what's going on with what you're saying? It's astounding. It's astounding. I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I just had a quick look. 86,000 students at Grand Canyon are online. So let's put that aside. The essential point of this amendment would do in education and educational opportunities, as I mentioned, for the historically black colleges, eliminated Hispanic serving institutions, eliminated 100 million historically black graduate institutions, eliminated tribal colleges. Where else do you want to go to revoke education for youngsters in this country? Do we want to continue to do? I go back to that just unbelievable man of vision, Claiborne Pell, who said, let's make college post-secondary education available to all, not just the rich, not just the rich. I said it before on this floor. I'm the daughter of an immigrant family. Could dare to dream that I would be here someday. And their road for me was education. Tough. My mother worked as a garment worker in the old sweatshops in the city of New Haven. My father was an insurance agent. But they pieced together what they could to get me the best education that I could have so I could have success. And I am successful. I'm here and grateful for it. But all those young people out there who are going to be denied a chance to get a college education because somewhere deep inside the psyche of the Republican majority, now, this hasn't been in the past, there's been bipartisan support on these issues. But right now, deep in that psyche is we have to rid ourselves of public education.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, nobody wants to revoke post-secondary education. What we want to do is acknowledge what the federal government has done to distort not just the cost of education, where the New York Fed itself has said is eating up and causing 60% of every tuition increase is coming because of this aid. We want to get it down so it's affordable again, so nobody's leaving college crushed by the student debt that they have. That's what's going on here. So, the FY23 enacted level was $3 billion, $600 million more than just a few years before in 2019. The 24 number is slightly less, but it doesn't do enough to cut spending when we're at $35.5 trillion in debt. Let's talk about what's happening. Universities are discriminating against conservative-leaning students. We see that. We had a hearing on that just last week. A recent University of North Carolina study found that conservative students within the UNC system face distinctive challenges when it comes to free speech and expression. Nearly 68% of conservative students are at least slightly concerned about possible social consequences that may come from voicing one's true opinion in class. It's a massive problem higher education fosters. It is time that we move the federal government out of this business because they don't have any constitutional authority to be there in the first place. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentleman from Alabama.
I ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 76, printed in Part B of House Report 118272. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which strikes funding to the Institute of Education Sciences. Current funding in the FY24 bill is $707 million. The Institute puts this funding towards programs such as the governing boards of institutions of higher education, which is interested in the disclosure of gender, racial, and ethnic composition of governing boards of higher education to promote DEI institutions, which is a pointless use of information and resources. Additionally, this institute puts funding towards programs such as cross-sectional studies, a program launched to provide real-time data about the impact of COVID-19 on public K-12 education. Content focuses on how COVID-19 is affecting the delivery of education and how schools are navigating recovery efforts from that epidemic. The Department of Education requested $4 million initially to further expand the survey across districts nationally. But it is not a mission that the American taxpayer needs to fund and is a direct waste of our budget. It is offices such as this that contribute to the rapid wasteful spending that has become so commonplace in our country under our federal government. Two of the grant programs under the Institute of Education Sciences go towards post-COVID research, the Research to Accelerate Pandemic Recovery and Special Education Grant Program, and the Improving Pandemic Recovery Efforts in Education Agencies Grant Program. With that, I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Once again, this amendment highlights the extreme lengths that House Republicans will go in order to dismantle public education for students and for families nationwide. The Institute of Education Sciences, IES, their mission is to provide scientific evidence on which to ground education practice and policy, and to share this information, to share the information with, make it accessible to educators, parents, policymakers, researchers, and the public. IES is independent. IES is nonpartisan. They are the statistics, research, and evaluation arm of the U.S. Department of Education. What would happen if this amendment is successful? Well, it would mean the end of the National Assessment of Educational Progress. That's the NAEP. That's the assessment of what students what students in the United States are able to do in various subjects, and that has been administered since 1969. It would mean the end of regional education laboratories, which provide evidence-based technical assistance to school districts and to states across the country. It would mean the end of new advances in education research and development, including exciting initiatives to expand high-risk, high-reward transformational research. This amendment would be the death of our federal investment in education research. We just saw a little while ago that we were going to end our investment in biomedical research. Now we're ending our investment in education research. And simply, I cannot accept that outcome. And I urge my colleagues, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Under the Institute of Education Sciences, they will establish two research networks, the pre-kindergarten through grade 12 Recovery Research Network and the Community College Recovery Research Network to study pandemic effects. A grant that pertains to gender-integrated classrooms to see if boys and girls are better equipped to learn in the classroom together or separately. FY19 enacted level was over $615 million, but 24 is currently set at just over $707 million, a $90 million increase in just 5 years. This rate of growth is not sustainable. This program is part of what we could safely call the education industrial complex. Over the years, our predecessors created a constituency, and they expanded on it every year by giving more money. They justify it by putting more mandates, doing more studies that don't mean anything. And then they come back and we do it again and again. And thus, we're well over $33 trillion in national debt. Our structural deficit last year was over $2 trillion. 24 looks like it's going to be along about the same. But except for we're going to be north of 35, almost $36 trillion in national debt. That's crushing. And I take you back to the New York Fed and its study. Every dollar of tuition increased, of every dollar of tuition increase, 60% of that, 60 cents of that, goes to the fact that the federal government is meddling in post-secondary ed. That's what's happening here. That is the education and industrial complex. In December of 2020, the Trump administration had nominated Steve Hanke and John Yoo, both professors, to the board, the advisory board for the IES. But Education Secretary Miguel Cardona had refused to acknowledge the appointments, deliver their credentials, or facilitate statutorily required board meetings. That is the educational industrial complex that we're facing today. It's crushing our students who want an education. I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue to oppose this amendment, but I think I just want to kind of provide a framework here for a moment. I was looking through the various amendments over the last little while. And number 69, Mr. Biggs, let's slash the Pell Grant funding. Number 70, Mr. Biggs eliminates funding to give out Pell Grants and to be able to collect student loans. Number 71, Mr. Biggs eliminates funds for HBCUs, MSIs, TRIO, Gear Up, tribal colleges. Number 76, Mr. Biggs eliminates education, research, and funding. And the most recent one is eliminating the funding for the Department of Education for the Institution of Educational Science. I made a comment earlier on. Now, there are two others. Amendment 104, eliminate the salary of the Education Secretary, and amendment number 92, Mr. Crane cuts education staff by $38 million. So this is the litany of this battery of amendments. And when I make my point that the Republican majority is really in the business within this bill of eliminating public education. Now, these amendments come on top of the underlying bill, which makes a 28% cut in education. Do we think we have a reasonable understanding of where the Republican majority wants to go with public education? Let's do it in. And I would just say to Mr. Biggs, you have the lion's share of taking education and public education to the graveyard. To the graveyard. Is that what we are here to do? The greatest strength of this institution is its potential to help make a difference in people's lives, to provide opportunity. That's what we are supposed to do in the United States Congress, in the House of Representatives. This battery of amendments would destroy opportunity, educational opportunity. I yield back.
He yields back. The gentleman is recognized from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know the greatest strength of this body is that we represent constituents who send us here knowing that we are constrained in protecting their rights because we're limited by what we can and cannot do by that great document, the Constitution. And I stand here willing to learn and find out where in the Constitution there is any specific authority for this body to meddle in post-secondary educational choices of the American people. That is the educational industrial complex at work from what we're seeing, the arguments against my amendments today. I support post-secondary education. I do not support the federal government meddling in the choices of individuals to get that education, how they're going to get it, and the institutions that are providing it, and the harassment that some of those institutions are receiving from this administration. I urge the adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chair.
I recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Okay.
What purpose of the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5894, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 5894 and has come to no resolution thereon. Okay. Clause 8 of Rule 20. The Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules of which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. Of votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6363 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6363, a bill making further continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2024 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of continuing resolution H.R. 6363. But for my discussing the CR, I want to explain our process. At the beginning of Congress, House Republicans said they would change what Washington works. Today, we have sent 7 appropriations bills totaling 75% of government funding. The Senate has passed 3 of its bills, totaling $17,000. We still have a lot more work to do to get full-year bills enacted into law. That's why I support the Speaker's reasonable plan to continue government funding into early next year. It buys us time to agree on a top-line funding level and negotiate final bills with the Senate. More importantly, this plan will allow us to avoid harmful government shutdowns during the holidays, prevent a last-minute omnibus, and allow us to discuss supplemental funding separately from full-year spending. An accounting resolution is not ideal, but is more needed at this time. I thank the Speaker for choosing this very practical plan while we work out our political differences, and I urge my colleagues to support this CR, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Republican majority needs Democratic votes to govern. We are considering this bill under suspension of the rules because House Republicans could not agree to pass a rule on a bill to keep the government open and operating on behalf of the American people. Can't do it. Says something very poignant about the ability to govern and the willingness to govern. This continuing resolution is flawed. Critically, it does nothing to help our allies. It does not include any emergency assistance for Israel, for Ukraine, for our Indo-Pacific partners, for humanitarian aid, for child care, or for disaster victims here at home. At a time when the Departments of State and Defense need to be able to quickly respond to global crises, House Republicans would put our diplomats, our war fighters, under outdated funding levels into February for more than 1/3 of the fiscal year. Not only is it irresponsible to kick the can down the road for several months, but it is really a waste of taxpayer dollars, folks who pride themselves on wanting to save taxpayers' dollars. This proposal also shortchanges the Women, Infants, and Children program, the WIC program. As a result of increased participation rates, the administration requested an additional $405 million to ensure that we can meet the demand for nutrition programs. The House Republican proposal includes no additional funds and will require states to halt enrollment or scale back benefits, women, infants, children. A continuing resolution is a bridge to a final agreement. It should be judged on how it helps facilitate our goal, which is to update the spending levels for full-year bills and the full-year bill for 2024. A so-called, quote, laddered bill makes it harder to reach a final agreement. Why? It doubles the likelihood of future shutdowns. And in a time of global crisis, we should promote stability and not chaos. Ultimately, we are here because House Republicans broke the June budget agreement. They overwhelmingly supported it. It was signed into law by the president. It established a top line, the amount of money that could be translated into the dollar amount to each one of the appropriations subcommittees. Let's make it simple. There's a number that we agreed to, then you take that number, it gets broken up into pieces, and that's the majority's responsibility. I took that responsibility last December and the prior year of dealing with the allocation to each one of the 12 appropriations subcommittees. They then proceeded to waste the entire 6 weeks of the current stopgap bill, overthrowing their own speaker and pushing partisan spending measures that take us further from a final agreement. Congress must avoid a shutdown. Just one point before I say that. I think it's so interesting that we are discussing this continuing resolution, but at the same time, and I happen to be managing both bills, that the labor HHS, the education bill, is on the floor when we are going through a marathon of 146 amendments, the same path we were on for the last several weeks, where 2 bills had to be pulled from the floor because there weren't the votes to pass them. So I don't know if there are the votes to pass the Labor H bill this afternoon or this evening or tomorrow morning. I just don't know. But it's the same path that we're on. Nothing is changed in looking at a continuing resolution that makes an additional proposal. Again, Congress must avoid a shutdown. That's our responsibility. Very aware of that. But we must find a path forward to finish full-year bills. So the worth of this agreement will be proven by what comes next. And the only successful path forward requires the following. First, the majority must recognize reality, abide by the bipartisan budget agreement that accompanied the debt limit law. I think I'm one of the few in this institution who voted against the budget agreement. I was fearful of where we would be today, and it's where we are today. But I understand the law of the land. You pass it in the House, you pass it in the Senate, and the President signs it. It becomes the law of the land. They must abide by the bipartisan budget agreement that accompanied the debt limit law. That means a modest increase for defense programs and maintaining non-defense investment levels. It also means adhering to the same policy framework that we have adopted on a bipartisan, that's Democrats and Republicans, bicameral House and Senate basis. We have done this over and over and over again. That means no new poison pill riders. We've done this over and over and over and over again, just last December and the prior December. Second, the Appropriations Committee must be let loose to effectuate the agreement. And that means a good faith negotiation to set the allocations for all 12 bills. Chair Granger and I have done this before, and she knows that I am ready to get to work to do it again. In the Senate, Chair Murray and Ranking Member Senator Collins are already on a path to dealing with following the budget agreement, so that the four corners of appropriations, and so proud that we are all women, we get it. We're on track. We know how to do this. Lastly, we have to address the crises across the globe that threaten our allies, endangering our own national security. That means a promise to work in good faith to bring forward an emergency supplemental bill that deals with Ukraine, Israel, humanitarian needs, our influence in the Indo-Pacific, and to address border security. Why are we holding up the resources and investments to the American people? And why are we abdicating our leadership in the world community by not moving forward? And why, when the world is clamoring for humanitarian assistance, that the only people holding back humanitarian assistance in this entire Congress, on the House side and on the Senate side, are the Republican majority? Let us move forward. That is the only way that we avoid finding ourselves right back here in January and February considering another extension. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves her time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from
I apologize.
California, the chairman of Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Calvert, for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman yields. I recognize the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6363, which will prevent a government shutdown. Over the past several months, House Republicans have been hard at work passing appropriation bills that cover over 75% of federal discretionary spending. We also passed a supplemental appropriations bill to support our ally, Israel. As the chairman of the Defense Subcommittee, I'm proud of our members' work to pass a bipartisan fiscal year 24 defense spending bill with high level of member input. However, the Senate has been unable to pass all their appropriation bills in a timely manner, and unfortunately this means we need more time to complete the FY24 appropriations process. H.R. 6363 extends current spending to January and February of next year. The split approach incentivizes the Senate to negotiate with us on all 12 bills. For our military, this bill ensures our troops continue their mission without fear of missing a paycheck. It also includes anomalies that keep the Columbia-class submarine, which is the top modernization priority of the Department of Defense, the United States Navy, on schedule. For those of us who have been in Congress for a shutdown, we've seen firsthand the damage it does to our military readiness. A shutdown would prevent any contract changes or new contracts for the entire Department of Defense. It would require active duty service members to report work without pay. It would close essential base services for military families. It would reduce training. And it would create a long list of other hardships for the United States military. As threats like China and Russia continue their provocation, we must avoid these failures at all costs. As an appropriator, I know how imperative it is that Congress carries out its constitutional responsibility and passes the 12 appropriation bills as soon as possible. I strongly urge support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut for her leadership as former chair and ranking member, to my good friend from Texas as well. And I think they're completely accurate that left to their own devices, we could have an appropriations process that would work. But let me thank Chairwoman DeLauro for laying the groundwork of the crisis that we're now in. Let us be very clear. It's the Democrats that have come to save America and to stop this dastardly shutdown. As I've listened to the debate on the labor HHS, all I could see was the crushing of the American spirit, the eliminating of Gear Up and TRIO, the very programs that give a lifeline to young people across America, a stamping down of the greatest of our aspirations. And then having, over weeks ago, the President giving to us a supplemental for Ukraine and Israel and the border, and ensuring that we would be able to provide funding and to engage the way we should for defense. And now hearing that in the crisis we don't even have humanitarian aid that is needed in Gaza. All we're doing here is kicking the can, but thank goodness Democrats are able to say that we refuse to shut down the government. And it is because of the cities that are so desperately in need. How dare we put to our cities this catastrophe of having a government shutdown? In the state of Texas, why I'm here today to vote for this CR, 172,877 active duty and reserve personnel and their families would not be paid. That would impact the city of Houston. $2,742,702,800 funding to small business in Texas would not get that funding for small businesses creating jobs. They're the job engine of America, and Houston would be devastatingly impacted. 276 persons traveling through Bush Intercontinental Airport and our airports in Texas would face slowdowns because TSA would not be working. 786,686 people in Texas will lose access to their nutrition programs. Women, infant, and children denied food. Who are we in this country? That would be Houston, Texas. 168,413 federal workers in our city alone laid off. And 3,291,000 persons, 291,000 would not have the SNAP program to feed working families. This is shameful. But we're here today to ensure that the government does not shut down and to make sure that even though it is not perfect, even though the bills that we are watching that Republicans say they're doing are literally taking the lifeline out of the hands of our fellow Americans, not doing border security, not providing humanitarian assistance that is needed. But yet, Democrats stood tall. We're going to fund this at FY23. We're not going to have draconian take away such as the taking away of reproductive rights. Do you have 15 minutes?
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional 30 seconds to the gentleman.
I thank the gentlewoman. We will not have the denying of reproductive rights, discriminating against people because of their LGBTQ+, or discriminating against them because of race or of immigration, immigrant status. We won't have any of those draconian provisions in there. And thank God we will not have the cuts that we have seen that would hurt the American people, hurt Texans, hurt Houstonians. The CR is the right way right now because we have no other door. And it'll be Democrats that will save America, save our 50 states, save Texas, save our cities, save Houston. And I'm here today to ensure that we move forward so that we can do what is right by the American people. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
I reserve.
I recognize, I'm sorry, the gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman of Commerce, Justice, Science Subcommittee, and Dean of the House of Representatives, Mr. Rogers, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding me this time. I rise today in strong support of the continuing resolution, with government funding set to expire on Friday. This legislation is necessary to ensure we avoid a harmful government shutdown. There is no other option. The bill before us extends government funding until either January 19th or February 2nd, depending on the agency. It also includes temporary extensions for critical expiring programs such as community health centers, the National Flood Insurance Program, and others that are important to rural regions like Kentucky's 5th District. And on the heels of Veterans Day, it ensures that we continue providing critical resources to our military, defending America around the world, and takes care of our country's heroic veterans. While a CR is not my preferred method of conducting business, a government shutdown right before the holidays does our nations no good. We need more time to complete our fiscal 24 year, to give the House a better negotiating position with the Senate so we can eventually pass full-year appropriations bills. I strongly urge members to vote for this CR. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I continue to reserve. Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, the chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I thank the chairwoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6363, the Further Continuing Appropriations Act. I applaud Speaker Johnson for his leadership in avoiding a harmful government shutdown, especially near the holidays. I also thank Chairwoman Granger for her work in putting together this clean continuing resolution. No one dislikes CRs more than Appropriations Committee. As chairman of the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee, I know the importance of enacting full-year bills to address issues like the nuclear weapons modernization programs at the Department of Energy and the navigation and flood and storm damage reduction projects of the Army Corps of Engineers. House Republicans all agree we need to get the federal government on a more fiscally responsible path, but lengthy government shutdowns don't save money. They actually cost more money. The CR will give us time to reach agreement on a top-line spending level and to negotiate final bills with the United States Senate. The two-step deadlines will also prevent a massive omnibus right before the holidays. A vote in favor of this continuing resolution is the only fiscally responsible vote. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
It says I have the gentleman. Yes, go ahead. I yield to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, Mr. Joyce, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the continuing resolution. Every member of this body has a duty to ensure that the core constitutional responsibilities of our government are funded. That work is not easy. Our Democrat colleagues will, of course, have different views on the top-line spending levels, and we will have to work through those sharp differences in spending and policy preferences. Republicans already passed 7 fiscal year 2024 bills through the House outlining our priorities. Each of those bills was considered individually and allowed members of both parties to offer amendments considered on the merits. Passing bills through regular order is not as clean or as easy as we'd like it to be, but it is a better alternative than one huge omnibus bill passed right before Christmas. There's no question about it. More work will be required to enact all 12 appropriation bills into law. The bill before us gives us the time necessary to agree on a top-line spending amount and negotiate difficult policy choices in the final fiscal year 2024 appropriation bills. I want to take this opportunity to thank the chairwoman of the full committee, Ms. Granger, for her knowledge, her leadership, and tireless efforts to bring these appropriation bills to the floor, and I look forward to working alongside her as we finish the fiscal year 2024 spending bills. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the chairman of Agriculture Subcommittee, Dr. Harris, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support H.R. 6363, a bill that would keep the government operating while putting Congress on a path toward fiscal responsibility. We simply can't continue to pass large, bloated omnibus appropriations bills just before Christmas, and this bill is a new approach to break the cycle. Moody's changed the outlook of the nation's debt on Friday to negative. Rising interest rates from Bidenomics, the sharp increase in public debt, and a lack of agreement on measures to reduce the public deficit led to that downgrade. This should be a wake-up call for all of us. This bill gives us time to complete our work in a fiscally responsible manner while working toward a more normal appropriations process. Additionally, I'd like to specifically address concerns for funding of the WIC program. I've heard our colleagues on the other side of the aisle use scare tactics and a straw man that this bill does not provide enough funding for WIC in the states. We'll have to have a wait list for participants. Nothing could be further from the absolute truth. Let me remind everyone that provisions in the first CR continue in this bill, so the Department of Agriculture has the authority to maintain WIC participation, period. If states need more money, they should ask USDA for funding, not start wait lists. USDA and OMB have the authority to work together to fully fund the program, and if they don't, It's 100% the fault of the Biden administration. It's shameful that advocacy groups and the Biden administration's team use such scare tactics when they know full well they have the ability to fully fund WIC for the duration of this continuing resolution. I want to thank Speaker Johnson for his leadership in restoring fiscal restraint and supporting a new approach to control spending. I also want to thank Chairwoman Granger for her leadership and dedication in moving the FY24 House appropriations bills forward. The world has taken notice of the unsustainable spending and debt which undermine our credibility as a world leader. I strongly urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6363 to put us on the path to fiscal responsibility, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. But let me, I don't see Mr. Calvert on the floor. But Mr. Calvert, as you know, is the chair of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, and a very respected member and someone who cares deeply about our national security here at home and our international obligations and responsibilities. But I would just mention a couple of things in this context. As of this bill, $28 billion for the Department of Defense is held up until next February. And that's whether or not we can come to agreement. Next February, $28 billion to the Department of Defense. The other piece of this is that the State Foreign Ops Subcommittee of Appropriations and the Defense Subcommittee have shared responsibilities, and as you know from reading this laddered approach, that those two bills will not get to a continuing resolution until February 2nd. What do they do that has relevance in this period of time? Well, State Foreign Operations it's only a small amount of money, but they have a very small amount of money in which they can move humanitarian assistance in this global crisis that we have and the world clamoring for humanitarian assistance. Now, State Foreign Operations and Defense share some other pieces, which have to do with funding for Ukraine and funding for Israel. So the $3.3 billion to Israel is held up until next February. And money for Ukraine, which we are depleted of, is nowhere to be found. So we walk off the international stage. We have abdicated a moral responsibility to Israel, to Ukraine, not unlike what happened in 1938 with appeasement, and to humanitarian assistance. And I want you to think about who is responsible for that. The other piece of this, which I think is very, very interesting, because we have seen the delay. There's been 5 months since we had the budget agreement in June. So 5 months of delay, another 45 days of delay. I don't understand, and I said a few moments ago, given what we've seen on the floor with regard to labor age today, what is going to change in this next go-round? There are every opportunity for further delays. Further delays. What happens then is we move toward something called sequestration. And let me translate it into real terms. Those are across-the-board cuts in every single area, both domestic and international. That is what the law has done here. And there appears to be no understanding or no consideration for the movement of where we need to go. We have a history now of delay after delay after delay. And I don't see anything that portends a change in that activity or behavior. Final thing I would say is that with those across-the-board cuts, if all of the appropriations bills are not passed, not 8, not 4, if all 12 are not passed, and there's one hanging out there, that across-the-board cut comes crashing down on our heads. So I think people just need to know this information and fully understand. I don't want a government shutdown. I don't. But I want to fully understand what the stakes are. And I have to believe that every member of this body wants to know what the stakes are and what is actually in these bills. And finally, I would say is, and I'm going back to something I said earlier, who is holding up the resources that the American people are clamoring for, whether it's their health, whether it's their education, with their ability for a job. And every bill that we've seen on this floor curtails and cuts back in a remarkable way. In the Labor HH bill, you take us back to numbers in 2008 so that the resources that the American public needs to thrive, people in this country are living paycheck to paycheck. And we are doing nothing to deal with helping them with their cost of living. Nothing to deal with their cost of living. And I believe that they know that. So on the domestic front, we are shortchanging the American people. Let's get to the international scene. Who is holding up aid to Israel? Who is holding up funding the support for Ukraine? When did we believe that Vladimir Putin has noble intentions? He would gobble it up in a nanosecond. Who would believe who was holding up humanitarian assistance? Our moral responsibility, watching children in Ukraine, in Israel, in Gaza, dying, and we don't have the strength to blow past this and say, let's do what we have been charged to do by this Constitution and carry out our duty. And I just say to you, House Republicans are holding up all of these critical security funding needs. Think about it. And think about how we should break a logjam with people who know better in this institution. Get us those top-line numbers. Get us the allocations. Get the appropriations process on track. Fund the bills for 2024. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6363 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
Gentlewoman, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to House Resolution 864 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5894. Will the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5894, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 5894, a bill making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-272, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 28 by Mr. Good of Virginia. Amendment number 32 by Mr. Good of Virginia. Amendment number 33 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. Amendment number 35 by Mr. Mills of Florida. Amendment number 55 by Mr. Good of Virginia. Amendment number 69 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 70 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 71 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 76 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in the series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed and which ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Ready? Still in the well. Are we all set?
Now you got Waltz in the well. Oh, now we have Waltz in the well. Now we have some Waltz.
Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes aye. Mrs. Kamek. Mrs. Kamek votes aye.
I got you.
Is that this one?
What's another one? I don't know what she, ask her if she's right on this one.
All right. Close it.
Closed. 131 to 300.
Do I hit it again or no? On this vote, the yeas are 131, the nays are 300. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is requested for a recorded vote on amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 190, the nays are 241. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 140, the nays are 294. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 33, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 183, the nays are 251. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 186, the nays are 247. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Minute. Seconds. Members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. On this vote, the yeas are 109, the nays are 324. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. Voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 85, the nays are 350. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 70, printed in Part B, House Report 118-272, by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, in which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 81, the nays are 353. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 81, the nays are 354. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report 118-272 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-272, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.